these prophets that's preaching for profit and spewing false knowledge like it's not a problem and they shouldn't stop. It was factually ruthless. How in the hell they fell out from behind? You too caught up in a space where there's not a grace over time. You know the math, add up the math. Okay, if you just open your mind, all these worlds we combine will be divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, look, all these worlds we combine will be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. Okay.
Life is what you make it. Sometimes you gotta sit and strip the subconscious naked. Like I love manifesting, but can I get out this matrix? Seems complicated, but it's really simple and basic. Get inside the now moment like a search and seizure. Now is the vibe.
What's up, everybody? Let me know what the audio is.
I imagine my destination. Main occupation is mastering transformation. Thinking source for the skills that was latent. Don't be overthinking as the portal shrinking. Big booty with her eye winking. Tootie taught me the facts of life. Vesica Pisces, sacred geometries. Bounce music, booty bouncing.
Giveaway today.
This vibe and hood life creating spiritual synergy. We design our own destiny. Jazz be
a giveaway for a bracelet today.
That's why you only need one eye to see. Like 2001 Space Odyssey. Like my name was Stanley Kubrick, filming my own movie, infinitely moving.
Okay, if you just open your mind, all these worlds we combine will be divine over time. Okay, if you just open your mind, all these worlds we combine will be divine over time. Okay, wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way. I said I wonder why they testing me. We design our destiny, so you can't get the best of me, no way.
KR.
Speaking of minds,
I gotta talk about Moldavite too. Learning about the crystals. Today I'm gonna run it about crystals. It's been a while since I had like a nice crystal build and tapping in and seeing like, all right, how much I was like trying to run from it.
Oh, my kundalini rising up my spine. The energy is inside of me, and I'm the creator. No one else to blame. And I accept full accountability for everything I do. For now, it's all in my name. It's right now. Now is the vibrate.
What's up, y'all? Y'all already know now's the vibrate. What's up, man? Shout out to the international fam. Got the Netherlands in the house. We got South Africa in the house. Much gratitude for the now moment. All necessities and needs are met. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was meant for us to have more, it is meant for us to have more in the case of like, we know like what we're capable of. But again, we got exactly what we need. And when we level up internally, then those physical things will appear, you know. But realizing again, is that inner work. We'll talk about triggers, inner child. We'll get into all that. And also like with the inauguration vibes, you know, right now, tuning that energy internally, like, you know, inaugurating the president or presidentress in you, you know what I'm saying? Or really both, because it's about balance and equilibrium. You know, it's about putting the crown on the queen and king head and not just on one of their heads, like not just on the king, not just on the queen, but the king and queen. You know what I'm saying? When they balance off, you know, the child that's born that Christos, that Christ energy that's born from that divine union that creates that Trinity, what I'm saying, that child will be, tapped into that royal sovereignty as well. We just building. I'm making it a thing for myself to, be aware to not go into my, certain loops that are unhealthy for me, being aware. And again, shout out to Westworld, where you got to catch the loop before it starts. We're gonna get into it. Matter of fact, this instrumental tunes is from my brethren TSN Vibes. As the person who did the instrumental for the song Meditate on That. But that's what we're gonna be vibing to. Let me know how the audio is, if y'all can hear me. Or is the music too loud? What's up? First, let's start off. Let's take a deep breath. Let's take our crown. You can close your eyes and visualize. Take your crown. Put it on your head. Or you can also visualize putting the crown on inside of you. Or more so, see yourself putting a crown on a king head, putting the crown on a queen's head, and putting the crown on a child's head to inaugurate the balanced royalty within, And it sounds like some imaginary, and that's the thing. We inaugurating the energy of knowing that our imagination is just as real, as anything else, you know what I'm saying? Inventions come from people's imagination, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, all the different things Nikola Tesla tapped into, you know what I'm saying? That's imagination, the imagination, And again, like, if you could imagine it, it's real, Like, when you think about certain things and imagine certain things and you feel the energy as if it's happening, the subconscious don't know what's the difference between what you're physically experiencing on that level and what you're just visualizing or what you're seeing in a movie. You're watching a movie and you see a certain part that make you cry. Why? Because the subconscious is just taking it. It's like, oh, this makes me feel this way. It's not necessarily saying, oh, wait, this is just a movie. It's taking in all that. But again, you're putting that crown on your head, king, queen, child. Put your hand over your heart, and know I am that I am. And say whatever affirmations that you say to affirm that, that you are the creator of your universe, co-creating with others, But again, like, everything in our reality is created by us. And when we talk about control, like when we say, like, we letting go control, and one might think, well, shit, if I'm letting go control, that seems paradoxical to me manifesting my soul purpose and things of this nature. But you're letting go of control of trying to micromanage every situation and allowing things to flow to you, where basically are more so acceptance of your now moment. Like, we may be not accepting our now moment, and in that lack of acceptance, basically we're saying fuck our now moment. But what I'm getting to is the only thing we do have control over, in essence, is how we respond to everything that we're dealing with. Because remember, it's not the people, places, and things, it's us. Although so and so said something that made you angry or made you mad or made you feel sad or made you joyous or whatever the case may be. It's your own self. Like the feeling comes from inside of you, not them. And also understanding, like we want to tap into and understand ourselves to the fullest and understand these triggers, because if we don't understand all these different things that we trigger by, we're basically like a TV and people are the remote control. Shout out to Jay Versace for bringing this up in one of his videos. But it's like literally, like if I don't have a control over how I respond to things, my responsibility, how I respond to certain you know taste, touch, all the physical senses and extrasensory perception, the physical and metaphysical senses. But again, if I'm just like in a mode where I'm just always triggered, like, oh, triggered, instead of responding, I'm reacting. Instead of responding, I'm reacting. Then basically, at that point, my environment controls me. Because if every time somebody says something about slavery, I react and snap into this certain little mode, basically, a person could just walk around and press my buttons by just saying certain things, and it's gonna automatically trigger me into this unconscious state that I'm not aware of. You know what I'm saying? And hence that's what a lot of spiritual work, is again is tapping into integrity of being whole, understanding the fullness of ourselves, on that level. Again, bringing it internal. I am the infinite abundance. I am infinite wealth. I am infinite abundance. I am unconditional love. I am presence. I am the creator of my reality. My intentions are always pure and guided by my inner source. My intuition is my first and last confirmation. But again, it's all us, and that's what we're realizing more and more. Like right now, what's going on in this realm of reality, has to deal with, our actions or lack thereof, and again, it starts with us, and I'm being aware, making sure that I'm back to that space where even though I may make jokes, even being aware of when I make jokes to not like, again, like talk down on people or like, you should get it or you should, like, nah, everybody on their own growth, and especially when there's still things that I'm working on. Who am I to say you ain't shit because you ain't doing this or, because again, just when I reflect with interacting with any of the external realm, I see the external realm is a external version of my internal self. So when I interact with things, it's like how I interact with myself. How I treat children is how I treat my inner child. How I deal with authority figures is how, and again, like, that's why it's not about blaming our parents. It's not our parents, but it's more so us and, understanding, well, why did I choose those parents? And, like, again, why does this situation still trigger me or bother me? You know what I'm saying? But I'm getting into the meditations on that. We're also gonna get on this crystal vibe. But the dreams, the subconscious, your emotions, like that's all interconnected, Cosmic flow, what up, what up? What it do? Shout out to this, I just called House of Whispers. The Sandman universe is pretty dope. It's by DC. Again, that's showing how they know what's up, but it's about Urzuli Freya. Urzuli Freya, I did a video a while back about rabbits, Freya, Frigg, Oshun, Ishtar, Nana, but like about that Venus energy, the Friday energy, And And here, they tapping into like, the dynamics of the dream world. And this also reminds me of, because with everything that's going on right now, this reminds me of the show, the Green Frontier, if I'm not mistaken, where it took place in the Amazon, and it was tapping in, and connecting with the forest, and then the pilgrims or the colonizers coming in with like the Catholic stuff and trying to push it on them, and then backdoor and try to understand how they tapping in and connecting with nature on such a high level and trying to put themselves in that dream world. Because in essence, knowing that, like, all right, the only way I could survive and move forward is if my image or what I represent, against symbols, like, and we've been, you know, traumatized through different things. And it's like if these symbols are put into the subconscious of, you know, these beings' minds, then these beings who could tap in with these, you know what I'm saying, who pineal glands. And again, as I'm saying, it is what it is. It's not separation to state facts, Now, if it was used to promote more delusion, then of course, you know what I'm saying. But again, it's stating facts and understanding the what's going on to understand the wholeness of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because again, like as above, so below, as within, so without. Every day, we're constantly balancing and maintaining ourselves internally. Why do we have to keep maintaining? Because there is a antagonist energy that's always, being that antagonist, but it has to be an antagonist in order for the things that we do love to exist. Like if it wasn't for resistance, pressure making a diamond, the whole just like with all this, the inauguration and all this is just still trying to like throw the gun at us. And, me only bringing it up from an aspect of transmuting it. Like I don't deal with all the politics and all that shit. Again, like now it's a vibrate. Once I had my DMT trip, and I was realizing it before this, but definitely like my first strong DMT trip let me know, like, all right, damn, I'm the creator of my reality, and I create my reality through what my subconscious, is programmed, with. So if I spend conversations listening to people talk about things that I'm really not interested in, you know, then that's going to reflect. I'm always find myself dealing with people, places, and things that I'm not really interested in because I've allowed myself to constantly deal with that in my now moment. And again, it's like now it's a vibrating at any moment is a moment to, switch it up and do whatever you feel, to the best of your ability. You don't just have to drop everything like, oh, sometimes it does get to that point of like, oh, quit the job, da da da, bam, like, right, but however it flows for you. And again, right now more than ever, again, inauguration of the inner leader, like thinking for yourself, like tapping into your own inner intuition, you know. But for me, like it's just been like understanding like my triggers, like, and a trigger basically is like an emotional flashback. Like it's a certain smell, a taste, a person, place, a thing, a certain phrase, or something. And again, like I told y'all, Source has MK Ultra, like, that's like MK Ultra, you know what I'm saying? Like where a person gets programmed to where when they hear this word, they tap into a certain little vibe, that's again like that's the name of the game. Is like understanding ourselves to the fullest, because that's where the magic at. That's why, like again, the sacral chakra, the symbol is the moon, and it's connected with the waters. You know what I'm saying? Our emotions, the water aspect, also the subconscious aspect, and emotions. Like that's all interconnected. And understanding, like the different things that may trigger us into certain modes. But for me, that's what I've been valuing a lot lately, is the aspect of sitting down with myself and understanding, like, all right, when so and so do or say this, I get triggered into feeling guilty, or I get triggered into feeling like, you know, jealousy, or I might be triggered into, because again, it's a constant work. Like, I'd be lying to sit here like I have it all figured out, you know. Like, because even with having a lot of understanding and knowing what to do, is still, again, once you do a lot of heavy lifting, from there you're still maintaining things, but it's becoming aware, of these different little triggers and loops. And again, the lesson loop happening to get us to pay attention to what's the root reason to why we always end up back in the same situation. You find yourself, and now it's becoming more obvious than before, where you see yourself, the exact same situation, the person doing same person, place, or thing, or if you try to change the place, it's just gonna be a different place, but same energy. That's another thing. Like, when I say breaking the loop by doing something different, that doesn't necessarily mean, just trying to go somewhere different, because your energy gonna follow you. But again, awareness is basically the work, because the more you become aware in your now moment, the less that energy could be present on an unconscious level. The less it is present on an unconscious level, the more you, again, start to have that responsibility and have, again, that's how you control your situation, not by, like, again, I always would make the example of a person wearing a purple shirt, and that purple shirt make you feel angry. It's not about your job. Your job is not to go tell that person take off that purple shirt or try to take it off of them. It's like, you need to go into meditation and see why purple shirts make you angry. Like, did your mom whip you whenever she was wearing purple, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But literally, you know. Because it's always going to be cycles. Like, we're always cycling. We're always, like, it's a constant spiral, but it's like a spiral through a torus field. Like, of descending and ascending. When it starts to see the same thing as like a spiral in the same area, in essence. Until you, like, catch that aha moment at some point. Like my brother, we was running about that, like, a loop or a cycle, it has no beginning or end, you know what I'm saying? So it's just wherever, you know what I'm saying, you're catching, like, all right, I see where it gets to that point where it gets, at this point, I usually go take a walk. So, instead of taking a walk, I acknowledge, all right, I am in this little, lesson loop, and I'm gonna do something, different, but not just different, you know what I'm saying? But all right, in this moment, other than going to take a walk, like how you could do what I really love to do right now, because again, it's valuing our inner child and valuing, doing what we love. We're still gonna be accountable. That's another thing. The whole family, mom and daddy within, still gonna be accountable to make sure that, although we having fun. And that's the thing, though, through having the fun, though, that's where the fun's come from, you know what I'm saying? It's by doing what we love, and doing what's our purpose, so to speak. And it's kind of becoming a cliche word, but basically aligning with the things that come like, it comes natural to you to do this when it seems like, it would be hard for other people to tap into it, but you do it, like, with these. And what I always realize, whatever puts me in my now moment, to the fullest, So say for instance, if you come and get a crystal from me, or you buy some jewelry from me face to face or something like that, and you ask about the different crystals or whatever, man, when I go to running it about, all the different ways of tapping in and all that, bro, I look up and so much, time and passed or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, I'm just so in the moment and not caring about nothing else, but being fully present. And not because I don't care about nothing else. It's just like, this is what I'm so passionate about. And, this is what I came to tap into. And when I'm tapped into it, I'm, fully present. And again, like being aware of what those things are for you. Like when you like just in that zone and you're really loving what you're doing. Patience is a virtue. Lucas Williams just say, would you say weed brings your vibration to the lowest state of this different perception? It's a little bit of both, For one, I realize with connecting with cannabis is one to each his own. We're on our own terms and conditions in this lifetime of when, where, and how we're going to do things and when we're going to start or stop things, But everything is with intention. Again, the most beautiful thing, as far as like we're concerned, as far as the way we design this realm and these body suits, it's like water is very important, very, very important. And at the same time, if I drink too much water, I could drown myself in my body, aka like drowning myself, So, or if I don't have enough of it, I'm depriving myself. So it's like finding your balance with different things and doing it in alignment, and having intentions, Like for me, my intent a lot of times when I'm smoking and doing videos, it kind of is like a tool of relaxation and a tool of grounding and, kind of line for especially if I'm like working with a moldavite or a high vibrational crystal, like, so there is a such thing as like where your vibration's so high, like I done had nights where like I couldn't go to sleep, like literally, like my vibration was just like zinging. I'm hearing the buzzing in my ear, and if I was to lay down, I would just be laying down wide awake. Like even if I closed my eyes, it wouldn't induce no energy of like, go to sleep. Like it just would be, zinging me up. But again, for me and my personal growth, like again, I do my best to smoke as healthy as possible. I definitely tap into the sun-grown herbs, making sure it's pesticide free. And again, like with whatever I'm doing, making sure that's another thing that I'm unconditionally loving myself and being aware that if I'm going to smoke it in a coping type of energy, like a coping mechanism, I acknowledge that and I don't try to run away from that. Like, all right, I know I'm smoking this on some like coping type of energy, you know what I'm saying? Like again, like whenever we try to deny a certain part of ourselves and act like it's not there or it don't exist, again, like that's what creates the split within. And if you haven't, check out the movie Split in connection with Mr. Glass and Unbreakable. But in most movies and shows, Legion, you know what I'm saying, like where everything starts to split if you're not integrating or having that integrity within. Because what I've been tapping into lately, for myself, is seeing the energy of like being social, and that don't mean like trying to forcefully be social with any and everybody in that sense of it. Genuinely and authentically social, but tapping into that social aspect. Because for myself, I've been seeing how I've been like, running a lot in that area, and I start to get that message of like, like, all right, running to maintain your energy, like the spiritual warrior is not looking to always run in the hole or how, like, of course we have those moments of making sure we have our space to ourselves, but again, like I came down here to interact, be a bodhisattva. The bodhisattva is the active Buddha, it's the living Buddha, it's the Buddha that interacts in the world and not just stand to itself, is a herself. Because literally, again, like a sign of being scared of interacting is like being scared of a part of myself. It's like, oh, if I interact with this part of myself, the unpredictable could happen. Yeah, of course. Like, and that's why for some of us, if we try to control our day and control, like, all right, I'm gonna make sure I'm to myself like all day, and you like forcefully doing it, like, it gets to a point where, all right, yeah, it was healthy this day and that day, but now you like holding it to the extreme. That's why as soon as you step out into a social situation, is everything is like doing shit to make you feel uncomfortable, because it's been building up waiting for your ass because you thought like you was gonna run away from it. Like creating that space should be out of love, self-love, self-care, but not out of fear of others, what I'm saying? Not from running. And again, that's the ideal situation because we love ourselves unconditionally. So let's say we get triggered into doing it out of running, it's okay. What I'm saying? Like, how would I deal with, myself or my inner child? Like, again, it's like being your best friend. Like, it's okay. Like, yeah. So the moldavite, I'm gonna take a good breather. Cause yes, so moldavite, again, through my journey, realizing that it'll leave like, and it's more so for myself for a lack of awareness of like, I'm more so addiction to it or something of that nature, I would say. But I would get it and never, never want to take it off or never want to stop working with it, and it was letting me know like, all right, since you're not, taking the moment to let me, and yeah, I would give it resting moments, but just a resting moment, and it's like, all right, you know, and realizing, upon my journey that, again, working with different crystals is medicinal. Like, some crystals is meant for us to work with for months. Some crystals it take about, possibly like a month for you to really, really see the effects of it, especially crystals, that vibrate on a lower frequency, like an agate or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like an agate that's going to vibrate, slower. So it takes a couple of days for that energy to come in and be felt compared to like a motorbike where it's zany. As soon as it get in your presence, it's like, oh shit, like, I feel like I drank a bunch of cups of coffee, Matter of fact, as I say that, I'm rocking that with the shaman song. Got it tucked off with the bismuth, shaman stone, and jade. The shaman stone again, because you also want to be grounded. We're working with Moldavite. But I realized with like working with Moldavite, like again, I caught myself. So when I went and go get it, I was aware, like, all right. Because again, being aware of all kind of triggers, because it's like, all right, there's certain crystals that you might like go get on some trigger of like, oh, when I see this happen, I need this in order to, make something happen. You know what I'm saying? And I watch myself work with Moldavite sometimes like as a means to an end. And in anything, it should be, of course, like our now moment is gonna create some type of result, but again, doing it out of the love of just being present, presently dealing with it in that now moment and loving it, not necessarily looking at whatever it is as a means to an end. But like I would get it, in some cases with that in mind, I had to be aware of that. So when I went to get it last time, I'm like, all right, I'm programming. I'm like, all right, like, I'm aware that, sometimes I would get you to make things happen or try to, speed things up. That's another thing. Like, oh, let me speed things up. Like, I want you to be programmed to make me, to help me to be more present in my now moment, like to be aware of the value in my now moment, to have gratitude for seeing all the necessities and everything in my now moment, instead of that, like, oh, let's speed things up, like, it's like, now is the vibe break. So again, that's what I tapped it into. Now I also realize again how, energies aligning like mind, body, and soul, like how a crystal could erase your vibration to have you in a state where you're more aware. But again, being more aware, again, always helps. And with being aware, it's about like, all right, I have this awareness, let me respond, again, like, let me respond, differently. But long story short, I was using Moldavite to like, connect with it and have my vibration raised so I could have a stronger awareness and, in my now moment, like really read also. So not only being fully present from the perspective of, enjoyment, but with everything. So also having like a sharp awareness in my now moment. And I was realizing that although I had a sharp awareness, and I had it on for a few days, so I got to see, like, I'm like, all right, I still went through a certain loop, even though I was, more aware. And it became lighter because of the awareness from last time, but it was still like, yeah, I was aware, but I still didn't do what I knew I needed to do or say, in that moment. I'm like, all right, I just see how it raises your, your vibration awareness. And also to the point where certain things that when I would face it, it would make me feel like a sharp pain in a certain chakra, like my throat or my stomach or my, wherever. Like I wouldn't feel it. Like I was able to view, whatever it was that usually makes me feel this pain without that pain, and that helped because again, what would cause like a reaction is again, so the fact that you become aware of lesson loops, let's just say, but being aware to not label anything as good or bad. Like, yes, when you're playing a game, if I keep, jumping into the lava instead of finishing the board, yeah, it can get aggravating or whatever. But again, it's like it's happening for a reason. It's making me stronger, and it's neither good nor bad. And I realized though indirectly I had labeled lesson loops as something bad. Like, so in other words, if I saw myself repeating a cycle that looked exactly the same, I would then, instead of responding and doing something differently, I would make it worse by reacting to the reaction. Like, so, oh, I reacted in some way and put myself in this lesson loop. And oh shit, I see myself in the lesson loop. This is bad. And react again. You know what I'm saying? So I have to experience those things again to uh, to learn how to not label it as good or bad and not react to it. To respond. But again, it was allowing for me to be in a high vibrational state. But again, I still had to like do whatever it was. And again, I see that balance of like now where I work on and off with it. Like I know, all right, it's meant for me to wear it a few days, and then it's meant for me to chill. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain crystals that you work with again that you meant to, work with longer than others. And we all different, like working with crystals speaks to the people who like to work with crystals. You know, a person doing the inner work gonna work, with some tool in some way, form, or fashion, you know what I'm saying? But that type of tool is unique to, their being and what they tapping into in this lifetime, you know. And the crystals, as a matter of fact, and working with bismuth. Matter of fact, I have my piece in here. Oh yeah, I do have it. And speaking about like, dealing with time travel, and if you go look up like bismuth is a straight up element, you know. It's it's 83. Matter of fact, it it being the number 83, you know what I'm saying, atomic number 83, that equals 11, you know what I'm saying, which equals to 2. And no coincidence, like 11 helping you go through that portal because it helps for you to deal with strenuous energies that we deal with, in our spiritual growth. Like for me, I first got introduced to it through somebody just telling me like, hey, bro, this a dope crystal for interdimensional travel, you know what I'm saying, for tapping in. Because there's also like, again, I got it with 3 interdimensional travel crystals. One that's more grounded and keep me grounded, the shaman stone, the bismuth, and the moldavite, And again, all the a shaman, like what we call a shaman or what, because again, like although that became like one of the most popular videos, I get why. But again, it's not necessarily like a certain label as much as it like what we may call a shaman is being able to tap into all the different dimensions of self and still being able to maintain that center. You know what I'm saying? Like still being able to remain grounded after dealing with this part of you and that part of you and this dimension of yourself and that dimension of yourself. You know, and certain medicines. You know what I'm saying? Too. I don't think this ain't no Mexican Cubans. Certain medicines. No matter of fact, shout out to Burner, little small stop shout out moment. Burner, man, an artist slash entrepreneur, entrepreneur first and foremost, that deal with the cannabis. He gonna soon have the burn the caps. You're gonna have like the shrooms. So we're gonna see how that line up or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But again, like these tools, and literally that's what psychedelics do. Is it like it allows for us to see our loops, to see our cycles, and see, you know, the energy of like what we're cycling through, like what makes us react, you know, like just basically the inner workings of our subconscious, just like projecting in front of us, which that's always the case, but it's almost like the Matrix, you know, like how like Neo when in the Matrix when they shooting bullets and bullets is like, you know, fast or whatever, but he could like, you know, tap into a place where he could see him coming. You know what I'm saying? In essence, like DMT psychedelics, like, you know, and first and foremost, again, DMT is secreted by the pineal gland. You know what I'm saying? Created and secreted by the pineal gland. So we could tap into this ourselves first and foremost through pranic breathing. In through the nose, out through the nose, and you're breathing with your diaphragm instead of your chest. So let's take one. I ain't, but always could take one. Again, this is my show. This is my podcast. Whatever I feel like doing. And even that, and realizing that's okay too, because I realized the magic of saying certain things in my videos, you know, and getting into that. Like, because we're doing music and stuff like that, you know, being aware of like how, you know, the magic of, you know, our word magic, and we put out certain music and certain lyrics, and then a million people listening to that over and over, and that's amplifying that energy. And why some, you know, entertainers or artists who had that strong like emo energy or kind of like, you know, borderline suicidal quote unquote energy, you know, in their music a lot, you know, end up, you know, transitioning. Matter of fact, I say to the Mac Millers, the Existentions, you know, Juice World, you know, just a few that come straight to my mind, you know, but being aware of these things, you know. Not afraid to express ourselves in our music, you know, just having awareness of, and with everything we do, you know. Cause I may see some videos on my, like how I still got some old freestyles up. I may see something that I want to like, I don't want a million people replaying this freestyle. I would rather not. You know? But it's a beautiful time to be alive. Shout out to Tame Impala for the tune. Got to go to another TSN. And again, shout out to TSN Vibes. What y'all talking about? Hey, he's the maestro. You know, I understand the importance. I understand like how, you know, certain videos could be inspiring, because watching myself listen to certain videos that like, ooh, the way they said that, and the way they explained that just now, just like, they put it together for me, you know, and it like create some transformation, like you could feel, you know. So I'm grateful to be able to have videos that express that, and also always reminding people again, you know, building up the strength of your own intuition and listen to your own inner voice, because it's a beautiful thing, and it shows gratitude. Like, it's gratitude for our inner guidance by tapping into it, you know. And not to say that when we watch videos, we're saying fuck our inner guidance, you know, because we have moments. That's what, you know, why we may go into our natal charts and tap in a little more, get tarot readings or things of this nature, you know, or get, you know, whatever type of energy work. No, I feel it. Somebody told me about a little Germantown, I think, or something around there, where it's like some little funny, I don't know, like funny in a metaphysical way or whatever, but like stuff be popping off around Germantown. So I think it's called Germantown. Yeah, turquoise is real great. That's why, like in most of my old videos, or throughout all of my videos, like at some point, the only necklace, like literally, I'm gonna keep it real. Like I don't, my hematite necklace probably was like one of the few necklaces that I wore for a long time that had something in it other than turquoise. Like anytime I sit to make myself a necklace, it's gonna be turquoise because it allows for a strong groundedness while tapping into the higher aspect. And again, like letting that throat chakra, and it kind of not kind of it taps into the higher heart, which most copper-based crystals do because of that greenish blue energy. So it like taps into that higher heart. So it's like throat, like speaking from the heart in essence. I never had a piece of brookite or wardite yet, or rhodozite. I'm working with rhodocrossite though. And talk about some dope in the child healing. Let me get back on the business too. I'm just checking it out. Oh, and don't forget, y'all, hit the like button, hit the notification bell. You know, if you want to be notified every time I post a video. Oh, and also, you know, I want to express this. I'm also be moving some videos to the Patreon because I just had a realization about, you know, what I put out, why I'm dealing with, you know, certain aspects of what I'm worth and my value, and you know, again, like knowing our worth, like, you know, all money is energy, you know, is a current flow. You know, it's neither bad nor good. If you make it bad, then it becomes bad. If you make it good, it becomes good. Or if you keep, you know, let it be neutral, you know what I'm saying? And just know that I could use it for any, you know, thing in my life. Like crystals, I could take a crystal and hit you in the face with it or do a meditation with it. That don't make the crystal bad or good, you know. It sounds cliche, like with the guns don't kill people, people kill people, but you know, that literally is the essence. Again, like it goes back to self. Man, yes, I work with Scapulite. Scapulite is great, and kind of did a video a while back, I think, about Scapulite, Goshenite, and Azurite. But like working with those for like speaking the truth and tapping into your inner truth. Because literally, like some crystals are so strong and it's therapy. Like it's like working with, you know, like, because for one, we be having to acknowledge that, all right, like the reason why we're experiencing these certain little energies, constantly going through this is because, again, the universe is trying to say, hey, you ain't noticing. Are you not acknowledging that you need to heal your solar plexus? Are you not acknowledging that you need to heal this energy in connection with, and it could be it's just archetypical energies of your body, you know what I'm saying? Like whether it be a zodiac energy, because again, your body tells the story. If my thigh muscles hurting or my thigh bone hurting, it's something in the energy of Sagittarius that I'm dealing with. It's some Sagittarius. So, it just gets to the point of getting physical. Like again, it starts off energetically first. So if I'm having a problem with my head, I'm having headaches, I'm dealing with some Aries energy. You know what I'm saying? And then again, that's also, you go research the different salt minerals of the body that's connected with the zodiac signs. Different zodiac signs have a different little mineral that is connected with that's a part of the body. And because we're in the womb for 9 months, we're missing the other 3 because it's 12 zodiac energies. So in the womb for those 9 months, we're only getting the salts or the minerals of 3, and we're deficient. I mean, we're getting the salts and minerals of the 9, and we're deficient of 3 of them. So, and again, seeing like how the science of healing ourselves, again, psychologically, mentally, physically, it all goes with, inner work and, knowing what's going on with ourselves, like nobody know what's better for me than me, you know what I'm saying? And that even goes into the health realm, you know what I'm saying? We talk about, the Dr. Sebi's, the Layala Africas, excuse me, Dr. Layala Africas, with some respect on it. But like tapping into our diets, everything is gonna be found from our own uniqueness, and hence why, and shout out to Till Swan bringing this up, like, and I know it's that for myself, like, tapping into our feelings and emotional intelligence is, is the magic, because if I'm just tapping into what I feel, what feels good, like in most cases, following what feels good is going to lead you to more and more alignment, because across the board, no matter who I hear talking, you know what I'm saying, no matter how they bodysuit look, most cases they're gonna bring up, all right, you get to a certain point where shit, just do what you enjoy, what you love to do, because again, you're only gonna get more of that. And you would think like, oh no, at some point you gotta force yourself to like do something tough or whatever. It's like, the end, whatever resilience or like whatever strength you need to build up in a certain area that's necessary for you to connect with whatever it is that you're connecting with, the universe is gonna, like it's gonna come to you. You don't have to force it upon yourself as much as if I have the dream of starting a business, I ain't gotta like force a harshness on me. Like, all right, to prepare for business, I gotta, make these harsh conditions right now for myself. It's like, no, just as you doing it, keep paying attention to what's working well with building your business, and you know, things that show up. Like, all right, I need to learn how to organize my money better. The universe will present something that'll show you, all right, step up to the plate in this area, step up to the plate in this area, you know. Because we are here in the physical, It ain't no denying the physical. That's another aspect. That's another internal fight that's being created by not connecting and feeling at home in the bodysuit. Going back to the crystals, aragonite, or hematite, helping us connect with the body. Like, because if I'm like, oh no, fuck my body, I'm gonna starve it, or I'm gonna do this to it, or I'm gonna do that, my body. Like, if we treat everything like a fight against something, then that's what's happening in our day to day. We're gonna see that every decision feels like a fight, like a battle. Like, again, as above, so below, as within, so without. It goes back to us. And again, with our own feelings and stuff like that, a person may trigger us, but it's not that person. Nobody did anything, and be aware to always, you know, uh, be present that it ain't nobody, is us. Like, whatever we dealing with, whatever we seeing in our reality is because of us. It ain't got nothing to do with mom and daddy or my mama put me in the dumpster, you know. And again, I'm speaking to people who could receive this because, again, understanding our soul chose this process. Yeah. Yeah. If you feel some kind of way, about any, again, anybody, anything, it all goes back to you. Like, why does that person doing that make you feel nervous or mad or happy, or because, again, right now it's a renaissance time. Like, we constantly create. This is speaking to the work that comes with, again, like, constantly being aware of ourselves to the point where, like I was saying earlier, where we're not just triggered into a certain reaction. Like, we're able to respond and be aware, like, all right, when a person smokes a cigarette around me, that usually triggers me to be like a little kid when I used to be at my auntie house who smoked cigarettes. So, when they smoke that Joe around me, I'm a, be aware of whatever, you know what I'm saying? Not to say that's your environment or not, or whatever, whether that's good or bad, that's another thing. But, like, for myself, I also sat and wrote a letter to my inner child. Like, writing letters to yourself, like, that's a dope way to, work with yourself. But I wrote one, just let my inner child just speak freely of the things that it, vibe with growing up and didn't vibe with, just basically like strong remembrances. Like, all right, I used to love doing this with my dad. I used to love da 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 da. I couldn't stand when da 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 da. And let it, because that's another thing too. Like, realizing to also speak on the negative aspects in the sense of, again, that's a part of life. We're just not spending our all day, every day focusing on these things as it comes up with relevance. That's when we deal. The dishes is dirty. If I gotta, I can't be like, oh, the dishes dirty. I ain't gonna look at them because they're gonna stay dirty. You look at something positive. But again, writing that letter, and also like tapping in. Matter of fact, shout out to Till Swan on that one too, because this is another thing I picked up shout out to giving shout outs, man. Like I'm so grateful that when I do videos, you know what I'm saying, I'm always sharing like, uh different people, like different references that you could tap into, you know what I'm saying? Not just like, oh, trying to explain it all myself or whatever the case may be, you know. But what I was gonna say is writing that letter also with like your off, like, so if you're right-handed, write the letter with your left hand. Or if you're left-handed, write with your right hand, because the hand that you use the least amount is connected more to the subconscious mind, you know, where the other hand is connected more so to the conscious mind. So, I did it with my left hand. And then another one, because again, it's dimensional travel, you know what I'm saying? Like getting ourselves back together. And that's again, like, I like the aspect of bismuth where you could melt it down. You know, after you melt it down and pour it in a container, when it comes back together from liquid form, it forms with these structures, with these patterns. So it's like even after being like the no thing, you know what I'm saying? It could find its way back to structuring itself and break back down into the no thing with ease as well. Like again, being malleable, being able to be a liquid and be structured, be a liquid, be structured. You know what I'm saying? Again, so it just speaks for itself. But there's some other aspects with, because I also had a theory when I saw bismuth. Bismuth is the like least electric conducting metal, out of most metals on the periodic table. Let me get to my little notes. Yeah, I was speaking on like it came to me like the theory of like, because again, Pepto Bismol has bismuth in it. And I'm like, all right, the reason why it calms the stomach, not only the energy of bismuth, again, like, but that's the thing, like the energy has to deal with the characteristics of it. So because it lacks that energy to conduct electricity, in our pain synapses, basically is like just electrical, surges, you know what I'm saying, the little neuron synapses, like from the brain area, to whatever area in the body. So that bismuth is like calming. So like, you're feeling a stomach ache or diarrhea or whatever, it helps to like soothe those electrical, pulses of pain, so to speak. But another aspect that stuck out was like it can help prevent you from becoming overwhelmed, by your responsibilities, while like, while we're increasing our energy levels, you know what I'm saying, in order for us to not, oh shit, this is getting too tough or whatever, it allows for us to continuously, grow in that manner without being overwhelmed, you know. And again, I feel like it's also like a crystal when I was talking about, liquid and structure, we're connecting with soul fam. It helps with dealing with loneliness, like, in certain parts of our growth, we being to ourselves, helps to deal with, you know, uh, being by ourselves and not, allowing ourselves to I don't know. I guess in essence, like going to that dark place of feel unwanted, or but yeah. And again, what it does, liquid structure. So that's adaptation, that's transforming, transforming and adapting to its environment. So it also promotes that energy within us as well. Yeah, that's been my little combination. And again, seeing like we're working with the bismuth, the moldavite, the shaman stone, and tapping into these different dimensions of self, again, like connecting these different archetypes. You see that why Carl Jung, not only Carl Jung work, is connected to the Gnostic scriptures. So the Gnostic scriptures, you know, break down in essence in different parts of it, again, as above, so below, as within, so without. I see it as a story of an aborted fetus. Yadala brought is like aborted, sperm cell or fetus, so to speak, you know, and seeing Carl Jung have, again, one of the Gnostic scriptures, and then also all this work was connected with, dealing with dreams, archetypes of the subconscious, basically the unconscious or subconscious mind. And when we come across, like again, back to the trauma aspect, when we come across certain trauma, it's for us to face that fear or that trauma, to go towards it. Because again, just think about it in that essence. Like if I keep running, then that means I'm gonna have to keep running every time this energy pops up within me. And then that means when it pops up externally, I'm always feel like I gotta run. And that's not like when I think of source energy being, within myself and being aligned with that, I don't feel the energy of like, running necessarily. Facing it and loving ourselves without judgment. You know, like I saw a certain aspect of myself, dealing with energy and with anything. It's like if if my best friend is going through something, I'm not gonna try to rush, because I had to learn that, like when somebody be feeling sad or something like that, in that moment, if I'm trying to like, oh, well, you could be positive and it's all these beautiful things to look, like literally, I'm telling that part of myself, literally, like what I do to others, my conversations with others, again, our conversations with others is a conversation with ourselves that became external, you know. So as I'm trying to tell that person, hey, stop being sad or stop being angry or stop, it's literally like what I be telling myself, like, hey, stop that. That's that's not valid. That's not a valid emotion. So keep that brush to the side. That's not a valid. That's literally what we telling ourselves with those actions. You know. So again, like I've been working with myself to have more awareness about these things. Because again, at the end of the day, I see that things are way more easier. Again, still having challenges and things that we come across, but we meet those challenges with joy and having fun with it. You know, like upon our growth, like I think about like the challenges doing, like starting a YouTube channel, and certain moments I'd be doing a video and something would happen, or I done got all the way through and it cut off, my camera cut off or whatever, and I would have to like redo a video, and then you know, or then I saw when I redid it the second time, I wasn't aligned, you know, it's like, all right, you know, although I was like, you know, damn, it's like, like, fuck, it's just like, you know, like a basketball player missing jump shots, but they like, I'm gonna get this shot, you know, like you having fun. You having fun with it, you heard me? And that's also what Carl Jung work was heavy about. Is like the self love, you know, self. I mean, excuse me, self love. Looking at my nose. Uh, but it is connected to self love. But like the integration of the shadow, like again, integrity, integrating all aspects of ourselves, integrating the the parts of us that was considered undesirable behavior in our earliest parts of our development. It's like sometimes we gotta sit and hold that inner child. And again, visualizations help. You know, visualize. You know, holding yourself as a little baby or hugging yourself as a toddler, 13-year-old, whatever. You know. But again, the more we become aware of these emotional flashbacks, aka triggers, you know, the more we could respond accordingly and not just be reacting, you know, every time, you know, somebody say bananas. Every time somebody say this or that or do this or act in this way, you know. But being accountable, you know, without blaming or guilting ourselves, you know. Like, oh shit, I fucked up. But no, you didn't, you know. It's just happening again, like, you know, like always love, because literally the universe is showing us too, like the areas that we, you know, that's causing us all these emotional little subconscious traumas, you know, should I say subconscious traumas that's causing us to, you know, go in a place of lack of love, you know, in some way, form, or fashion, or belittling ourselves or fearing, you know, because that's the name of the game too, is just to, you know, like if a fear, like it's not necessarily eliminating our fear, just like it's not eliminating the ego, it's transmuting unhealthy aspects of our ego, you know, and facing our fears, you know, not necessarily like trying to eliminate, because again, the antagonist exists for a reason. And I have no enemies. Again, enjoying the contrast. Like the other day, like I'm realizing how much like I'm damn near writing a book, you know, off of healing myself. You know, like I'm sitting and because of like seeing myself, like, all right, you know, seeing this again, I'm like, all right, this usually happens when I feel guilty. So all right, whatever something come up again, I'm gonna respond by not, you know, feeling guilty and in that mode, like, all right, and why? Like, you know, I feel guilty, all right. Probably got something to do with when I was a kid, my mom would say do this, and I would feel guilty, or you know, or when the family asked me to do something, I feel guilty for not going or doing it, or you know, like, so, you know. But again, and giving thanks, I'm like, that's so fire. Like it really is dope. Like I'm like, damn, that's dope. How you know the pressure does make a diamond. You know, the healthy pressure. You know, again, like doing my inner work and journaling and doing all this and discovering like, all right, dang, this is how the loops work, and this is like really what a trigger is. And we talk about multi-dimensional travel and stuff like that. Is multi-dimensional traveling through ourselves, you know, and like in essence, like a shaman or whatever, you know, it's like going through the multi-dimensions of ourselves, you know, Like shout out to Illuminati Congo, like with the album Time Killers. Like being a time killer. Like tapping in. Now is the vibrate. You know what I'm saying? Like the now moment allows for us to access the past and the future right now. Again, when it's relevant to our now moment, tap into the past. As it's relevant to the now moment, tapping into the future. And that's why, again, it all goes back to your feelings and doing what you feel. Because a lot of times, for myself, and I feel like I watch, others go through this. It was like, feeling like you gotta say yeah because everybody else saying yeah, or feeling like, you gotta say no because everybody, but it's like you feel like this guilt energy or like you have to be a part of the crowd. And it's like, no, because literally I'm so grateful for, feeling pain and feeling like, to be able to feel, because like those moments where I could feel like the pain and like the death energy if I'm doing something that's not, like where it's like following the crowd or it's like, damn, like, it's like Walking Dead. It's like, I love all of me, but you know what I'm saying? Like really though. Again, like it's like going with our feelings, like what feels right for us, because it's simply put, the feeling comes to us first and foremost, but then we go to trying to rationalize it, you know, like go too far, like into it. Because again, even the aspect of what I'm talking about of like, understanding and going deeper into it is from the aspect of if you keep seeing yourself, dealing with it and it's still like a lack of clarity in essence. Yeah, and I get triggered by the trigger. It's like get triggered into something and it's like, oh shit, I got triggered. It's like even that. So now you gotta stay in the lesson loop of getting triggered in order and seeing it happen and dealing with it and responding in a manner where you're not getting mad at yourself or feeling like something bad happened. Because again, no good, no bad. Seeing the wholeness and the oneness and everything. Again, like we could try to lie to ourselves and say, oh, that part of my environment, I shouldn't be looking at that right now. I should have my own office right now. I should. Just the fact that, again, you tackling it from, I got to do some external perspective instead of internal, it's going to still be there. So when all right, you force yourself to get that office or move here or wherever, those energies are still going to be following you and still have, need to be faced and dealt with, or I don't say dealt with, but, faced in that manner, you know. And again, seeing where it all coincides when we talk about subconscious dreams, symbols, water, water, the Hebrew letter for in connection with, water is mem. Mem is like the beginning prefix to memory, and water holds memory, you know, emotions, the moon, the sacral chakra, primordial mother, dimensional travel, trauma, repetition, memory, you know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I was watching The Watchmen. I was watching The Watchmen. I was watching The Watchmen. I was watching The Watchmen on HBO. Matter of fact, it takes place in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? showing the Black Wall Street aspect. The melanated prejudice sister who had, basically built up the wealth and finances and had the little money circulating and stuff, and had their bread going, and basically was, had it in 1921, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 1921. And then, when some of the white guys come back from the war, and I don't know, it was World War I or II, whichever one was dealing with Hitler and the German aspect. And damn, no coincidence that I brought up Germantown with Philly earlier. But anyway, and then they basically, when they got back and saw, like, wait, this type of wealth and all this, you know what I'm saying? These melanated people done built this after slavery. Like, we're going to bomb this shit, And as I bring up these things, notice, let's see, guys, because I even felt one in myself a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, triggers. But long story short, I was going to bring it to the aspect of, while on Watchmen, they had this part where somebody was being interrogated, because basically it's like this like Ku Klux Klan organization, a white supremacist organization, that's like trying to take over and run things. And one of them was being questioned to see if it's in the organization. So while in the room, in the background, they're going through different little pictures and stuff like that, while the interrogator is intensely asking them questions. And it's just flipping to this picture, might be some people hanging, or a cross, or a rebel flag, or, Martin Luther King, whatever, just all kind of different little things, you know what I'm saying? And seeing if that didn't, trigger them into a response, And again, seeing how this is all, in the movies, things of this nature, on my Instagram. And I think on here too, I posted from the show Twin Peaks, how they was talking about the Great Conjunction. And this Twin Peaks came out in like the 90s, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, again, it's evident. It's evident. Cosmic Flow said Tulsa the hometown. And again, as I brought that up too, it's not to like being aware of that collective trigger, and constantly being triggered into like, oh, back in the slavery days, it's like, and I'm expanding and growing, again, that's what the healing is for, to not be holding on to a lot of baggage, because as above, so below. If I'm living a type of lifestyle where I have trouble letting things go with it, material things, all these different aspects, is because I have trouble, like, or put like this, going through a portal, you have to be light to go through a portal. Like, if I gotta go through a portal that's this small, man, I gotta be light, and I can't be carrying nothing extra, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta be as light as a feather, So it's like not carrying that luggage of, that past trauma, and hence why we do the energy work, working with the ancestors within and healing that ancestral energy, of the trauma that, still may exist on that collective, level, Again, it's deeper than just, again, like we a whole universe within ourselves. So as above, so below, as within, so without, as I take care of this inner universe, I get I crown I have the inauguration right now with my inner mama, my inner daddy, the inner child, you know what I'm saying? I put the crown on their head, You know what I'm saying? Make sure the mind, body, and soul, and just balancing the communication. You know, and as I say that, again, it may come with tough moments. I also want to be aware to not make it sound like again, everything is always like, no. A part of it is facing certain shadow aspects and things of this nature. But again, there's ways to do it in a manner uh, where we don't get stuck or lost in that darkness or whatever, and retelling those narratives. So again, I realized why, like Abraham Hicks, and I realized that was a pain body in me, that collective pain body in me, that like, hey, why you don't talk about history and Kemet and voodoo and Santeria, you know what I'm saying? Like, and not saying I was gonna, but like, and I'm like, but I get it, when Esther Hicks, aka Abraham, when she channeling Abraham, she just getting straight to the non-biased meat of the stuff, like, because if you stay in awareness of the stuff she talking about, everything will fall, like you'll get that understanding of the history and all that, and you'll be able to do it, in a manner where you're not, again, like constantly reactivating these things through, holding on to it in that sense of, like, I used to feel like, oh man, you need to be, talking about this more, and I'm like, nah, this is, I see how it works, I see why, that approach is chosen. Like, because again, like, now is the vibrate. Because again, all right, a problem exists. What's the solution? Because you're sitting here, keep rewinding and keep whining about it, keep whining about the past. Again, back to it's all us. It ain't nobody else. Now we all realize, like, damn, it's me. When you're getting ready to sign to do something for yourself or whatever, it ain't no, oh man, the white man, this and that. Ain't nobody standing over you in that moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, and stopping you, like, hey, boom. I mean, again, it's one and showing you how real the imagination is and how real the mind is at creating our reality, and how our subconscious creates our reality. Because that's just the imaginary, person. You know what I'm saying? These little boundaries and filters that we put, like, and again, that's what's blocking a lot of the blessings. Like, all right, it's like, if I'm like, I don't want to experience all of me, or if I'm again like putting myself in a little hole and running from everybody, it's like literally my actions are saying I'm scared of, a part of me, compared to doing it out of love, because I love to be in my home, because I got all my stuff here. This is my little man cave or my little woman cave, or you know, from that perspective. Compared to, like, oh man, I'm just nobody is a threat to your energy, but your own self, your own mentality. Oh, that person dressed in all black, they probably doing some spells. That's you, that's your mind. That's not them, you know. And you make it real, you know what I'm saying, through believing it on that level. Let me see. Oh, what's up, old West? I ain't see. What's up? What's up? What's up, Straight Panther? What's up? What's up? See you in here. What's up? What's up? That's basically what it is. You know, for myself again with the boundaries, and that's pretty much it from what I done talked about earlier. You know, again, like the self-love, self-work. You know, when we don't feel we worthy, then we put everybody else before us. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's a perspective of starting within first and then externalizing. You know, like everything is one and interconnected, and it comes from a perspective of, again, like we chose to come to deal with the oneness in a perspective where it's it starts from my body suit perspective, you know, and then uh like a tesseract, like the animation of a tesseract, like it's the inner square and the outer square, and it's simultaneous. Like again, as we're creating our reality, we're simultaneously interacting with what we just created. And if we forget that we created this, you know, whether it be positive being or negative being or whatever, if we forget that, we go to thinking like, oh, my environment is happening to me and I'm not creating it. And it's again comes from a lack of knowing thyself in the deeper aspect too of not knowing like, hey, I'm source on a human experience, and everything I'm experiencing is a projection of my subconscious mind. And you know, my traumas in my day to day, you know, is also connected to past life traumas and traumas of, you know, other dimensions. You know what I'm saying? Like it goes back to, you know, again, like the primordial essence of being source. You know, and that's why again, like the work with, like when you think about Papa Legba, you know, and dealing with the inner child work, like literally that's like the inner child. You know, that's again multiple archetypes within that one, but you know, for the most part, you know, the inner child or the Christ energy, you know, like the little boy, you know. And that's why I realized again with dealing with the inner archetypes within, being aware of what I'm dealing with, you know, it's like with dealing with that archetype, I'm be dealing with a lot of like, you know, inner child, trickster, you know. And shout out to Joseph Campbell as well. Joseph Campbell will work on the subconscious mind, you know. He be going in as well, you know, between him and Carl Jung, you know. Again, and that's what's going on. When we go into a certain relapse cycle or a certain lesson loop, it's almost always because we're not aware of the certain person, place, or thing that has triggered our reaction, you know? Like, because that's literally what the loop is saying. It's like, you ain't noticing it, so I'm going to keep it coming until you catch a eureka moment. Like, shit. You know, like playing the game, like you keep I was joking. Like you playing Mario, you gotta jump onto that moving platform, little flow platform, and you keep misjudging your jump. Like, damn, damn, you know what I'm saying? You gotta keep up because obviously, if you did know, like, oh man, I know. And look, conscious mind, bro. I know how to play Mario. I know how to jump on that platform. I got great timing. or you do have great timing. And again, I look at it as the, good or bad. It's just like, hey, I'm having to repeat this, and I keep it real. The reason why though it does feel like, we may have that look at it bad perspective, because again, like when we think about what we've been coached to think subconsciously through the school system. Oh, that person failed. They're stupid. They're dumb. Like, so, and even though you don't walk around like every day, like thinking like that loudly, that may still have some influence over, especially if you're unaware of it, where again, like if you're feeling like repeating a lesson is bad, it's because of that aspect, you know what I'm saying? Because of course we want to constantly be growing, constantly be understanding ourselves. But again, like it's no good. It's not a race, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause it could get into that good or bad again, that good or bad aspect. That shit there. Grateful. Oh, probably my little nephews in there cutting up, doing their thing. That's another thing. Realizing the balance. Like, for me in my natal chart, my North Node is Aries, and that means automatically the South Node is Libra. And that Libra energy, your South Node, North Node depicts like the South Node is like the energies that's your comfort zone that you've been used to. And your North Node is like the energies that's gonna create growth. Like you tapping into this energy is gonna feel uncomfortable because it's new to you, but this is where the growth is at for you. Because for me, again, that Aries energy, seeing that balance, like of like knowing I want to, be connected with soul family and be, connecting with like-minded groups or say, like-minded beings, in that sense of it. Oops. But again, that could even be attributed to saying the word. But anyway, like, making sure as I'm tapping in to the Aries energy, again, everything has a positive and negative side, but not channeling that negative super selfish, like it's just all me, to that extent. Because the focus is on ourselves. Like, again, your spiritual growth ain't about what we could do, like the only time is about what we could do is if you are a Siamese twin and you got somebody attached to you, literally you have no choice. It's like, all right, what we gonna? I say that joke. And again, that's that joking nature. Biases we chose these situations, but it's like yeah, like what we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I have no choice but to work with you in that sense. Because now as a collective, us being on this plane of existence, yes, it is. Again, we realizing it is one, it is whole. Don't get it twisted. And that's the parody of things too. Like anybody talking on metaphysics, if a person been talking about metaphysics for more than 5 years at least, you're gonna notice some what seem like contradicting statements, But that's the wholeness of source. It's not just the yin. the yin seems like it contradicts the yang, but I'm not just the yang, I'm not just the yin, I'm not just the out, I'm not just the in. Shout out to the queens, Miss Key with We Winning Wellness, and Miss Moot with So It Is Written. Smoke it till it's all gone. And that's another thing. You could be spiritually tapped in and still work a 9 to 5. Now, when I say that, I understand that, of course, we all looking to, be entrepreneurs in some way, form, or fashion. But you could still be tapped in. And I think about that because I've learned my lessons of coming across people who work jobs that's in environments, but like they tapped in, and it's because like, all right, like I see you up in here, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, because again, it's finding that balance. A part of the root chakra is, making sure we're taking care of ourselves to the fullest and the best of our abilities. You know what I'm saying? And I think about like, the reason, because that was also with my inner child letter that I spoke of earlier. Like, my inner child was like, yeah, and also some things, because I asked my inner child, like, all right, what are some things that I could be doing differently that you would like for us to be doing differently? And there's certain aspects that I don't like, I will find myself not doing because, oh, that's not, like, oh, you shouldn't be drawing or you shouldn't be DJing or, and that's the inner parent in general. The inner parent ain't always just your parents. The inner parent could be all authority figures, and that's a thing with Capricorn energy and the Saturn energy is authority figures, especially from a masculine perspective, dealing with Saturn, But like, so all the masculine figures who I've learned something from, whether it be a Bobby Hemmett and I brought this up before, where I had to realize, like, all right, things are not only shifting, and I'm always tapping into doing what I feel I should be doing, and understand to again, like, realize how I'm giving authority figures too much authority in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, because again, these people not existing right over me, telling me, but it's like I'm taking their perspective and putting too much authority of it into my, inner governing and inner, guidance. And like I said, again, with any and everybody, like, it's cool to check out the videos and all that. Always stay aware to, strengthen your own intuition and tap into self. Like, don't just do it because Universal said do it. Because again, it's all internal. If you do feel a vibe, it's because it, resonates within you in some way, form, or fashion. But again, don't do it just because, some authority figure type of energy, You gotta do it for yourself. But That's what it is. Like also like, with writing books and stuff like that. And again, like I talked about earlier, it's like through going through the process of like healing myself, you know, like I done had to sit and do my own inner child meditations and write these things out, you know, and do all these different practices with myself and sit down and journal for myself. And by journaling and figure out these things for myself, I'm writing out stuff that I could share with others, you know what I'm saying? That could, help bring value. Because that's another thing, like being of value right now. Am I of value to myself and others? Do I see myself as valuable first and foremost? Because in order to be valuable to your environment, you have to see yourself as valuable and see. And again, everything comes from within. We're seeing now that it all comes from within. And we're gonna notice that if we are in relationships because of seeking out external validation, it's gonna show itself. And how I talk about the lesson loops is gonna keep, you know, showing like, all right, it's getting more and more intense, showing me like, all right, dang, you know, it's meant for me to, operate different internally. But again, inspiration, inspire, coming from within. Also, though, this I brought up earlier. And again, everything been lining up too, because it's our aspect been in the. I was watching Twin Peaks, and it was connecting with our hour as well. You got in uh the Bohemian Grove aspect. They dealing with the Molech worship of the hour, all that shit. I caught myself just now, because that's another thing. Like just focusing on the things that, like being aware of what's going on and focusing on the things that I'm creating and, the future I'm creating. Am I creating a future where I want to bring in those old energies? If no, and if not, then why am I still talking about it? Again, unless my life is showing me patterns of where I'm running away from having to face this energy and, deal with it because I'm acting like it don't exist. Into the dream world. Like there's a place where they say there's a place where gods are born. But like all the little bubbles is everybody little dreams or whatever, like in the dream realm. But in matter of fact, the owner or master of the dream world is like again like the Lucifer or Yadala brought the Yahweh energy. You know what I'm saying? Like again, and it's all inner work. Cause say for instance, like still that just came to me like looking at the Lucifer energy is something bad or like oh that's bad. then that's like looking inside, like, because again, if I'm whole and I'm one with source energy, that means any and all things that ever could exist and exist, is a part of my being, you know, and the aspect of being physical is a part of my being, you know, like I can't deny that aspect, you know, it's like denying a part of myself. Or there's also dope with the blackbirds, like sending the message, like it had that part in there, the blackbirds carrying the omens. And blackbird was like, blackbirds just know. We don't know why, but we just be knowing. We like delivering messages in between the dreams, like different dream worlds, different little dream bubbles. You got Zuli, it take place in New Orleans too. And this shows again too, like this is a dream, a physical dream world, and certain things become deities or gods through, our focus. We give it that energy. You know what I'm saying? That's what American Gods is about. You know, it's like Wednesday trying to get everybody to worship him again. Because he's gonna die out if people don't constantly worship. And the thing is, again, is like tapping into the wholeness, integrating all these different aspects, not letting one archetypical aspect of ourselves rule over the other, like as a dictatorship over the others. Because again, like Bobby Hemmett will bring that up in the literature with that. You got Jeremiah books, and then you also have again the Celestial Ship of the North. By Valentino Strait, where it talks about it, the 18th dynasty in Kemet. That's where things shifted, and it became like worshiping of like one aspect. So it became like just the solar phallic worship, sun worship. And yes, we connected to the solar energy, as well, but it's not just that one energy, and just not just the masculine aspect that we connected with. Yeah, again, like psychology, if I'm integrating every aspect of me, again, and we'll see it pop up as a common theme, aka a lesson loop, to show us like, all right, I'm still separate, because that's literally, and that's what it's teaching us. Literally is also showing us like you keep separating yourself, like you keep treating this part of you like it ain't a part of you. So how can I be one and whole, what I'm saying, if I keep treating this part of me like as it's something separate? Like, oh, that angry shit, that ain't me. Oh, that getting mad and sad, that ain't me. I'm only about positivity. Like, because yes, again, yes, you do focus on the positive aspects, and it's like, bro, like enjoying life, what I'm saying? Like, most definitely, but it gets to that place by honoring all of self. You know, the more we integrate ourselves, the more we could be comfortable with all of ourselves, and the more we could live our life to the fullest. And in every moment, being capable of tapping into any aspect of ourselves that's necessary for that moment. Whether it be to throw the right hook or to, jump rope or to read a book, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could tap into it. Hey, there you go. I was just shooting some hoops, taping myself. I use it on some type of little footage. Another aspect with the inner child, like doing little videos and stuff like that and editing, put stuff together. It's like, don't not do that because, again, that's seems like that's not a job or things of this nature. Like, bro, go with it. Go with it. All right. The upgrade. That's real. What's going on with everybody? What's popping? And its subject matter, especially dealing with crystals that anybody want to bring up. Cause speaking of, again though, I just thought about with the inner child work. My goodness, bro, this little combo right here. I got on my little chain. I got on my little red chain. My grandma gave me this chain right here. It's a little short chain, so I gotta get close. But the rhodocrossite, sorry, prayer night with epidote in it and sapphire. But more so the prayer night with epidote with the rhodocrossite. Most pink crystals and most like yellowish green crystals gonna work with like the heart and solar plexus. And literally that's like the Leo energy, and that inner child energy, like enjoying life, like letting that little inner sun, shine. But the prayer night also is a great crystal for tarot card readers or anybody who does divination because it's real good for tapping into the intuition. But because tapping into the intuition really is emotional intelligence, and being, aware of like, all right, what I'm feeling and why I'm feeling it and what's it's telling me. Because again, down to the empath aspect, it's like it's up to us to be accountable to make sure we're doing the grounding work and being emotionally intelligent. Because if I know my emotions, I'm strongly aware of myself. I know, like, all right, when I go in this situation, I'm probably going to be picking up the energies of the grocery store if I know I just came to get this. So if I feel anything other than what I came to get, then I know that ain't, I'm saying, I'm more so picking up on, environment. And the environment, and again, it's not to say that the environment is not true, because yes, you're in the grocery store for a reason. It's aware, again, like you're going into these different, literally, like you're going into these different dimensions of yourself. Like, all right, the grocery store area of myself is where a lot of parts of my mind is just all right. By this, you know what I'm saying? Like, and me as the aware part of this, this body, I'm gonna, be aware of what I came to get and go. But yeah, the emotional intelligence aspect of the prayer night, and again, like no coincidence that it amplifies dreams. It works with the inner child area, the heart solar plexus area. And that's the Christ energy, the the heart chakra. I think about the solar plexus though with the Leo energy and how everything connected with Ra, that whole connection. Ross, Ross Elace or Elacid. I said Ross Elace is one of the stars in the Leo constellation, you know. And Haile Selassie's birthday is on the same day that the Leo constellation, or should I say the zodiac sign of Leo starts, like that cycle, or that degree, going into that degree. But again, understanding the symbols and understanding our feelings and reading our dreams, you know. And again, like I made a video about daydreaming, you know, knowing that everything, it's all a dream, it was all a dream. But this is a waking dream, it's just a physical dense version of a dream. And again, like all the symbols and things of that nature is coming to us right now. If I spill water all the time, I'm probably spilling my emotions all the time. Or, like everything we do and say is connected. Say, let's discuss grading. Ooh, so I want to say psychometry. Yep, psychometry is what they realize whenever, like, if I take anything, a certain, well, for one, like if I touch on something, like how energy could be transferred, things of this nature, but also like if I take a piece of something and separate it into two, if I'm working on one part of that piece of whatever it is, the other piece could connect with it too. So, like, say for instance, we got a crystal and it breaks into two pieces, or we know this crystal we bought is saying, "Hey, I know what I'm here for, whatever," and you break it into two. But basically, taking one piece and putting it in like a certain area where you tap in that, or like if you travel a lot, you can have this one crystal in Hawaii, this other crystal, when you in New York, this other crystal, when you're in Jamaica, this other crystal, when you go to Ethiopia, but you have them, but as I say this, you putting one piece, in a certain area and you holding the other part of the crystal. And the other part is like, how you could connect with that part of the grid, tapping in any way, form, or fashion, whether it's ancestral work, uh, just tapping into the ley lines of that area, you could use your imagination. But Owen Keeling, bless with the London vibes, the London voice. Do people find it offensive? Do we? That's ego. What's like finding it offensive if people like Like if somebody was to come to me and bullshit a Louisiana accent, or somebody bullshit your accent, like you know, how much of that is like the ego aspect, the unhealthy aspect, like not being able to take a joke and realizing too, if if I'm afraid to joke about a certain thing, that means that vice versa, I'm most likely afraid to accept that joke, myself. So hey, let me not put that joke out there, nobody else. But the best inner child, like any light green crystal, again, or greenish yellow crystals, serpentine, uh, more so though, I'll say chrysoprase and prayer night. Chrysoprase and prayer night are like from my experience, like two premier inner child crystals, like to work with. Chrysoprase is good for children, say for instance, like dealing with nightmares, like if a child having a lot of nightmares, quote unquote, you know, again, like certain aspects of their mind that they, forgot existed that they dealing with. uh, the chrysoprase would be good for helping heal in that area, but again, just in general, any crystal that has that light yellowish green color is but I'm trying to think though. It's another crystal that comes to mind, because in most cases too, most root chakra crystals, because again, most of our inner child situations deal with our roots in the first 7 years of our development. So most grounding crystals are lower chakra crystals in general, especially start from the heart. But sacral chakra, solar plexus, root chakra, and even earth star chakra, you know, which is not one of the main chakras, are considered one of the main or major chakras, but is like considered under the feet and comes out of the heels of the feet. But long story short, that one strongly connects, like it's more so like with your connection with your body, in the simplest form of it, and again working with that energy. If you're feeling like you're not at peace with your body suit, or you may have experienced some type of trauma where you feel like your bodysuit ain't shit or something, because of it or whatever, working with those crystals definitely help connect. Let me see. Prayer. With narcissistic, seductive kind of people. Uh, First thing that comes to mind is carnelian or fire agate with West Combs, with what you asked about. And again, like we take that crystal and like, all right, fire agate, I want you to, strengthen my awareness in this area, or what, word it however you want. But to see why, because another thing too, what it is like, why am I like, you're dealing with certain people, places, and things because of something going on in yourself. Either you have a lack of, wanting to set boundaries around narcissistic, seductive people, or it may be a quality in yourself that you're like passively, aggressively displaying that you're not acknowledging. You know, so with anything though, it's like again, like inner work, like it's to make sure, like, protect the stones. It's not necessarily to protect me against people as much as it's to like ground myself in the sturdiness of knowing who I am. Because groundedness is it's like again like an equilibrium in a group. That's how computers or anything is allowed to allow a certain flow of electricity through it without it being overwhelmed is because it's grounded. Because I remember in computer architecture class, we used to like, work on the computers, putting the motherboard in, connecting the CD drives, everything from scratch, except for actually making the motherboard. But dealing with monitors though, we wasn't, because we in high school too, so they ain't gonna let none of these fools fry themselves up in here at the whole school. But like we wasn't allowed to work on monitors because monitors could still keep the electrical charge even after it's turned off or whatever, you know. But yeah, to answer that question, I would say fire agate, black obsidian, and carnelian. But yeah, in the crystal consultations, I'm gonna definitely start doing consultations in the area focused on crystals. Keep all you can. Say, as a loss, keep all you can. Bro, you do not know how to do freaking countdown. Yeah, the yellow quartz. I never worked with yellow quartz. I know like they have like lemon quartz. It's not exactly citrine. I forgot what's included in it for it to become yellow. In most cases, it'll be iron inclusions. But I never worked with yellow quartz yet. Again, technically in the sense of working with citrine, but and also though when you brought up grid work, something just came to me, again, like making grids with crystals, like where if I'm looking to balance the elements inside of me, you know what I'm saying? Like I could do a 6-pointed star, like with the upward triangle representing fire and air, and the downward triangle representing water and earth, and lay out crystals for the water and earth energy, and have them in that downward triangle, or the triangle I'm considering the downward triangle, and then put crystals that connect with the fire and air energy in the upper triangle, and lay those out, meditate with those. Because again, like the working with crystals is like how people may make it seem like it's again the science behind it. And when we see that there's an energy that goes into everything we do, that intent is just sharp and even stronger when we connect them with these crystals and doing these types of meditations and stuff like this. So, for sure. But you're doing a crystal grid to be more grounded. You would have like a square crystal grid with nothing but pyrite and hematite. You know, and sometimes I would do crystal grids like whenever somebody come visit the house. I know somebody would be coming to my crib. I would like, all right, we about to be running it, on entrepreneurship and abundance and stuff. So I have the green aventurine, the pyrite, the tiger's eye, do a little grid with that and be in the middle of the floor while we're running it. We about to run it on connecting with like your spirit guides and stuff like that. So I got the apophyllite, the quartz, you know what I'm saying, the Danbarite, the Kunzite, the Angelite, the Celeste, you know what I'm saying? Like, and have a little grid with that, and the Selenite all in the middle of the floor, so, and also doing body grids, if you feel like you're always having a certain little, speaking again, like emotional flashback or trigger. And after having an emotional flashback or trigger, this is in a certain area close to a certain chakra. You can start doing grid work with that crystal and, working with that aspect. But yeah, mahogany jasper is it, it's somewhat. I just feel like it has just a little pinch of more grounding energy. Because obsidian, like I don't know, for me, the strongest grounding energy I feel for sure is like with hematite, you know, because even feeling the heaviness of it, like hematite and pyrite, because pyrite is an iron sulfide, like it's iron and it got sulfur in it. The sulfur carries the yellow color. That's why bumblebee jasper yellow like that as well. And again, it's these elements that carry a certain energy. Like sulfur is a dynamic, it has a vibration of dynamic. It pops shit off as a fiery energy, you know what I'm saying, in it. But yeah, mahogany jasper definitely for the ground. All right, Sophie Selling, look, welcome back. Positive vibes, positive energy. Talking about the instrumentals is TSN Vibes. TSN Vibes is the person who made the meditate on that beat for me. Matter of fact, I'm about to go to mine. Sampling. Say this year. Oh, Romy Rome. Romy Rome rocking to a new tune. A shout out to Mark. Classic. Inspiration. Shout out to MF Doom. Ashe. My relationship to Islam, I don't do any religions, but I do know that I practice certain aspects from different religions. And different strokes for different folks, though, because I understand, we source on the human experience, and we all having a certain experience in connection with, the cause and effects of our past, lifetimes. So whatever you're dealing with, it's meant for you to be dealing with, however you're dealing with it. Otherwise, you would feel the need to change it. Like with programming your grids, basically, again, like, I don't know if you was just listening when I talked about the 6-pointed star one. And just in general, like, like actually talking to your crystals on whatever, like, all right, Rosicrucianite, I want you're like the anchor in this grid right here. And as the energy flows through these citrines, I want you to anchor in the energy of unconditional love, but like just talk, like literally it's your, and again, just an example, because as I give examples, I want to always make sure that I'm giving them in a way that allows for you to see how it's applicable, through your own intuition, like, like just giving you an idea, an example, and that way you could like deal with it how you know what I'm saying? Like, again, it's your magic, and magic is understanding the self, because when I'm emotionally intelligent, I'm making moves with my feelings that's aligned so much to where I'm gonna start experiencing synchronicity or seeing like my life is magic, hence with labradorite, and labradorite being a stone or crystal magic or whatever, and synchronicity. So tapping into self, you're having more of awareness of your feelings, Same thing with the prayer night, like when we're aware of self, because our feelings is in connection strongly with our inner child. Coming into this realm, we knew that we're coming into a realm that was going to suppress a lot of, the things that we truly love is source energy, what we came to express. So it's like, hence why the work is all about the inner child, because we suppressed a lot of our dreams and things that we truly wanted to do and express because of either listening to society or parents, whatever the case may be. But what's another way to activate a grid? I mean, honestly, that's it. Or should I say program a grid? Just speaking with the crystal and letting it know what's up. Yeah, Garnett. I vibe with the Garnett and the Flint too. Flint is pretty good. Ballisterific. Yes, I'm starting back consultations. I had to genuinely sit with self though strongly. Like, again, like yes, you become and again, it's my growth. You become a healer or helping others to heal by, just by being a beacon of healing yourself. And at the same time, I know, like, again, like I was talking about the speaking area, like when I'm speaking and just running it with people in the area of self-help, especially in the area of crystals, but like with self-help and things of this nature, like I could go on for hours and hours nonstop, you know what I'm saying? Like, and letting it go without like realizing the time and things of this nature. But I did have to like again take a little step back and do some little inner work. Cause again, I can't help nobody deal with something if I'm still, being plagued by it. We could always be and call myself not being plagued by it, but having to deal with it. Because we're always gonna be maintaining our energy. It's always gonna be a constant maintenance of self, you know. And at the same time, there's certain areas that, needs to be faced or dealt with in order to be able to even help somebody else face or deal with. Word. West Combs, look, appreciate you, bro. Like it's a mutual exchange, man. Shout out to all y'all, West Combs, my brother Tony T, aka Positive Vibes, Positive Energy. Shout out to my brethren Josh up in here, Janae, Tiana, the nephews, my brethren Jaden. Matter of fact, still got my interview with Jaden on this channel. If you look under the interviews playlist, you can check that out. And the video I did with Josh as well. We was talking about like defining what's like love. Like going deep into that. Yeah, today is Inauguration Day. Right. Again, tapping in. And just getting more understanding, because I realize too, it's okay again to be vulnerable and know that I don't know in certain areas, and that I'm still figuring out in certain areas, that again, like that ego of like, oh, I gotta know it all, or I gotta, like let it go. Like I was talking about earlier when I was bringing up, like, you speaking to the shaman aspect, again, what some may would call a shaman person, or they town, or they, community, tribe. It was that person that was able to tap into those different dimensions of themselves and still maintain that, again, that balance within self, Because again, the Christos or Christ energy in essence just represents, again, like you got the mother and the father and the child, you know what I'm saying? Like the pillars to Solomon's temple being the body, but your Kim and Boaz, It's like the yin and the yang, the Ida and the Pingala, dealing with the Hindu vibes, and the Kundalini, rising up the spine. But again, it's like being able to tap into the different dimensions of yourself, and what we may term it as quote unquote, and not losing it, so to speak. It's like being able to balance and that's the test within itself. Like that's how you're able to quote unquote be someone that's again that is of that energy or archetype, and teach his own, but you know, for me, I make sure like I don't label myself a shaman, or you know, like I don't, I'm just, you know, I'm just a vessel for my inner being. This is the original. But yeah, we gonna build, bro. Definitely gonna build. One of the best ways for myself is just like, you know, understanding, you know, the multi-dimensional aspect of our being and being source energy on the human experience, and that the work is to integrate myself. Is to, again, if you look at the definition of integrity, is to become whole, you know, to bring things together, you know, and you think about integrity like you have integrity about yourself, but it's like the wholeness about ourselves, you know. And of course, meaning other things, but what I'm getting to is, you know, again, the shaman is able to face that shadow aspect of themselves, like face the dark and the light aspect of themselves, and not just, oh, just this one aspect of myself. Uh, I think about my first DMT trip, you know, where first thing I saw was nothing but like, you know, these dark, just like for what we could say ugly, just beings that just look ferocious and scary, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, as I'm seeing them, I'm like, I'm feeling like, you know, like not scared. Like, you know, I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers look scary, you know what I'm saying? But I don't feel scared. And like I could hear my inner voice, like, yeah, well, this is you, like this is a part of, you know, you, like this ain't, like ain't nothing outside of you, ain't, you know, again. And that be the understanding with, again, and when they talk about shamans, are the ones who administer some of these medicines like the mushrooms and the ayahuasca, you know, because the ayahuasca is connected with the DMT, or the toad, with the 5-MeO DMT. But, you know, again, it's being able to tap into the multi-dimensional aspect of ourselves and maintaining that, you know, that grounded aspect. And doing it, being able to retrieve, you know, these different soul fragments within ourselves that was fragmented, you know, like again, it might be a certain past life, and it shows itself within this lifetime, like something that I might have experienced as a child is a reflection of an energy that I constantly dealt with in, you know, past lives. So being able to go back to that space of where it happened, you know, and healing from that, you know what I'm saying? Being able to, you know, integrate that aspect. Because usually so I'll say this, what usually causes separation in ourselves is not understanding that, first and foremost, that I am source on the human experience and that I am a no thing and everything. So once I understand, like, all right, there is no separation within me in anything, even the most ugliest or deadest of things, or whatever we want to call, you know, the most zombiest of zombies. You know, yeah, I understand that I'm not a line in this lifetime to be no, you know, zombie in that sense, but I still understand that it's, you know, it's all interconnected, you know. But you know, having this understanding first and foremost, you know, I feel like that's like the basis, like the ground base, like, all right, because once you kind of have that idea, you could automatically have an aha moment whenever you go to like separating yourself or having a problem with something, it's like, all right, you know, and then you get to question, play devil's advocate literally in the sense like, all right, well, shit, if I'm all one, you know, with this, then why does this bother me or why does this, you know what I'm saying? And you either see that, oh, wait, the fact that everything is interconnected is false, or, you know, or that it really is just a me problem with whatever it is, you know, and the way it lines up, we know that, you know, as you start to grow into it and understand, like, all right, yes, it's all interconnected, you know, and it's again, it's in a dual experience, it's a parity, you know, like in order to have the light, the dark have to exist, you know. In order for roses to smell good, shit has to stink. But seeing through that aspect and seeing like how it's all interconnected, you know. But again, like the antagonist outside of my body, you know, that's trying to get me to be a part of a ritual that inaugurates something outside of me to be a leader, you know, that reflection is a reflection that's something inside of me because there's something inside of me that's constantly trying to, you know, get me to externalize my energy. I look for external validation or to put something else as my leader instead of leading myself, you know. But again, it starts within. So again, like going into understanding that aspect, and then again, once every time something pops up in that manner, you could see like, all right, if I have some type of problem or something with this energy, it's something within myself that I need to be dealing with and assessing, you know. And again, that's what the shaman understands, like that this realm is like a dream world, a reflection of our mind, you know, and the shaman understands the balance of, you know, again, quote unquote, but that quote unquote shaman understands the balance of being in their bodysuit and doing their work in the physical. Because if they wasn't in the physical, they wouldn't be being able to do what they do, and at the same time, being able to tap into, you know, higher dimensions, or you know, or should I say, you know, these different multi-dimensional aspects of themselves, while you know still remaining present in this bodysuit, knowing that you know they chose to be in this bodysuit for a reason, you know, in this now moment. That was the Mirror instrumental by M.O. Doom. Good matter of fact, I want to do this one right quick. Shout out to my instrumental playlist. Again, it makes you sense. Like, what changes the world if I change me or if I try to change somebody else? You know, things are created in a manner for a reason. When you go to change somebody else, they in essence got the right to punch in your shit or whatever, you know, in that sense, because like, what you invade, you know, or if you invade energetically, they could energetically punch in your shit, you know what I'm saying? And not out of hate or separation. It's like, hey, that aspect of self, you're intruding, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's, it's that simple, you know. So we're seeing that again, like, oh, we gotta make changes. Again, that's why it's like, be aware of how that we gonna get it done through internally dealing with self first, because it could be a we only if I'm taking care of the we inside of me, you know. Like if the we inside of me ain't being taken care of, it can't be no we outside of it, you know. Like I gotta be taking care of the internal we, like the game, taking care of the internal we. But and it's shown in the dynamics of how my body, like I got a bodysuit for a reason, you got one for a reason, and our ego serves a healthy purpose, and it's tapping into its healthy purpose. In a sense, allowing for the higher aspect or the true essence of our being to permeate, in the physical, and have a vehicle to do so, you know. But I was about to say something that I'm still just in the joking vibe. Yeah, like I only could control what this bodysuit do. Again, like the only time is that I made a joke earlier. It's like if you're a Siamese twin, it's like, all right, we, have to, because it's me and you right here, because that's what allows for us to be cohesive in the group. The whole reason why we having trouble being with groups or socializing, because we have a problem being in the group or socializing. What I said, like being in our inner group or our inner socialization, like we don't like socializing with different parts of ourselves internally, so we lack that connection. If I feel uncomfortable about socializing and connecting with the sexual, sensual aspect of myself by myself, then I'm gonna feel uncomfortable when it comes externally. So again, like the external is a reflection. Like if I'm still having, it ain't, oh, every time I go around them, I feel like this. Them or that person just happens to be the trigger. It's not them. And again, the moment you react in the sense of like it's not me, it's them, that brings you into, a cycle of learning to learn that it is you. You know, it's not nobody else. Whenever I'm feeling it, ballisterific, whenever I'm feeling it, as far as the tarot card read. They talking about I ain't got no joke. Dang. I feel like I got some of that West Combs right crap. I feel like I got some of that jade in Santa Monica. It was a crystal shop right in the little cut, not too far from the boardwalk area in Santa Monica, or whatever they call it, the pier. But it was like a green and black color, and it seemed like it had specks of pyrite in it. But it had like a real mix. Like I felt like a fortified, like a little from the heart to the root chakra, like a strong little grounding and connection of like cohesiveness being created, you know. Hey. Yeah, checking out Watchmen. The Watchmen is saucy. Again, on HBO. The Watchmen, cause they watching. The Watchmen, cause they watching. The Watchmen, cause they watching. Watchmen. This is a dope little part where like people come into Urzuli, because Urzuli in the dream world, in her world, in the dream, in the astral plane, and it's the people dreaming at night, you know what I'm saying, connecting with it. Because Urzuli herself, in essence, like again, what an archetype or what a deity is just a symbol. It's a symbol that has a power because it has emotional connection with us. It excites and ignites something in us, you know what I'm saying? But like people like, so this person really dreaming, because that's what they're showing right here. Like when she lay in the bed, and then after she like finished talking to her Zuli, like she fall down back into. I'm telling you, bro, it gets saucy in comic. Like honestly, it's nothing more saucy than a comic book. To the point where now almost all the the shows is like remakes of comics and stuff like that. Shout out to my brethren Crockett for putting me on the comic book wave. And also Urzuli go through her different archetypes within herself, because one archetype might have three different versions, three different pathways, or four different pathways, within that one archetype. This was when she would turn into like the war version of herself, that's real like strong and aggressive, you know what I'm saying? And then she had like this other part. And basically they fight against Babalu Aye. Babalu Aye, her nephew, and they talking about like my nephew going around trying to create a disease or virus in people's dreams, and you know what I'm saying? That whole little vibe. I'm trying to find. Yeah, it's dope. Matter of fact, cause they even go to again, they're in New Orleans. They go to Marie Laveau, Le Grave, and they show some of them channeling. Matter of fact, they're on Bourbon. And that's also too what was dope. Like they talk about the Walking Dead in this comic book. Now the Watchmen does have a comic book, bro, but I'm talking about they got a show on HBO, and it's only like about a couple of episodes, but it's saucy. Those couple episodes, it's saucy already. So yeah, it's dope. I mean, Urzuli basically is just the archetypical energy of Venus, in essence, like of love, of like the heart chakra, Venus energy. Because that's also the ruler of Taurus energy, like being in the physical. And no coincidence, Venus, the morning star energy, like Venus being the morning star, and also connected to Christ and the Lucifer aspect, but like the mother aspect with, it's almost like Venus is like the archetype of Christ and Lucifer together in one in their mama, like Christ and Lucifer in their mama. That makes sense. Again, our words could only come out in lower vibrations, so it's expressing these things, But the orbit, the orbit of Venus is depicted as a 5-pointed star, and we talk about the 5-pointed star within the apple, and in connection with the devil giving the apple, and also the 5-pointed star. But again, it's no good or bad, because also 5-pointed star, 5 senses in the physical, the 5 limbs, no arm, leg, arm, head, Allah, you know. And if you take the Hebrew letters Yad, Hey, Vad, Hey, and I got that in one of my pictures, in my picture on my video. If you pay attention, I show like I built like a stick man out of the Hebrew letters Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. But and maybe rewinding it back a little bit. We started with the Urzuli and talking about archetypes. But again, like these different, and the Venus aspect, I went into, because again, malachite, working with certain crystals, malachite and the copper energy is like that Venus energy and works with the Venus energy very strong. But Urzuli is just a mixture of those archetypes, because again, like our existence been existing before words existed themselves, like it was a like literally like source, reacting and responding to itself, because I thought about that. I even had like again with the Yadala broad aspect. Now this kind of like my own theory, but again, it's like source going through learning through experience, and like if I'm source energy and I become a mom out of the blue when I'm not ready or knowing what's up or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I might react by aborting that child, you know, and then probably like after aborting that child and cycle through some more experiences and realize like, all right, the next child I'm not gonna do that to, you know. But and that again, that macrocosmic story plays out in our microcosmic, human experience, Like again, yes, we're on the human experience, but it goes into a deeper macro, or just a deeper expression. And on some shit though, as I say that, I just heard that voice though. It's simple. It's more simple than complicated though. Again, source on the human experience and looking at the seven universal laws, the what some may call the Hermetic principles, are it's in the book Kabbalion. The Kabbalion uh, are the Emerald Tablets, but basically, you know what I'm saying, like those seven laws is how things operate, but like all is mind, like it's source energy having a physical experience with itself. In order to, expand, it has to constantly step into the unknown aspects of itself. Expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. I was looking for a certain part. It's not. Yeah, this man, I'm telling you, this love. But yeah, and again, though, going back to that, it trickles down like in our human experience, like it became denser and denser, in order to connect with these different aspects and these different things, like we, applied the names of, like certain fruits and foods and colors and things, which honestly kind of automatically go with it because this realm was created, in that manner. So again, it's no coincidence that malachite works with the Venus energy and it's green, and it works with the heart chakra, and the heart chakra green. You know what I'm saying? Like that's no coincidence. Like it was all created, And again, it's an archetype that exists within us that through working with the altar, me and Brethren was talking about this earlier, like altar work and it's like you're working with yourself. Like I know when I put out the honey, I'm working with my inner Oshun, my solar plexus, divine feminine, Venus, Erzuli, Freya, because Erzuli is more so the Vodun or the voodoo aspect of connecting with that energy, and from a Orisha aspect, that's more so the Oshun aspect. But again, it's like, as a matter of fact, in Santeria, I would even say a little bit of the Oshun mixed with Yemenya. Because again, like she got like the mother of the sea Yemenya energy, but then also she got like her little mirror and all her little vanity vibes like Oshun. And that's the same thing with Freya in the Norse mythology. Like Freya, was promiscuous, and like she ended up giving up the cookies for a bracelet. She gave up the cookies to some dwarfs or something. Like it was 4 dwarfs, if I'm not mistaken. Again, this is a personification of 4 dwarfs. She could have represented the 4 elements of the 4 sea. Again, the numbers all coincide. So especially whenever a story is told and they're giving out a number of things, then like like a revelation, the 7 dragons or 7 be connected with the 7 planets or the 7 chakras. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Freya gave up the cookies to like 4 dwarves to get this little bracelet because she wanted her jewelry. And that's another thing you can leave out for Shun. It's like the jewelry. And again, like when you leaving it out, you tapping into the Oshun energy within yourself. Like it's altering your inner consciousness just by you, lighting that yellow candle, and connecting with that energy, you know. And then, like with anything, things as it grows, things could get lost in translation, and I say lost like, but misinterpret or just misinterpret or just say interpret it differently and say misinterpret in that sense of it. Because it is, but hey, it all happened for a reason. But long story short, like interpreting that it's not necessarily that I'm worshiping something outside of me as much as I'm connecting with something inside of me. And by having an altar area, as you constantly tapping into that area, you're building the energy field that every strongly in that area, So yeah, in essence, Tony with you asked if Jesus was sleeping with Mary. Like that's an archetype too. I went through that in the DMT experience. Because again, you unfolded not only this lifetime, but you even seeing why your previous lifetimes have the energies that you went through in those, because it's something that that goes back. And I remember just that energy of like having to deal with my mom giving birth to me, and at the same time, like allowing for me to grow up and having sex with me and being her first child and her first husband. And then, in essence, being kicked to the curb after we had another child, and and that process kind of continued, and it was in a book. Where it's talking about like again the personification, because it's kind of talk about in the celestial ship of the North, and when Bobby Hemming would speak on uh, the set energy, what I'm saying, that primordial mother giving birth to Set, and Set, becoming also like turning into like again Set energy connected with Sirius and Saturn, and also like eventually growing into Saturn. Like, dang, I remember shit. It may be Cosmic Memory, if I'm not mistaken, when it was going to but Rudolf Steiner, there's a book called Cosmic Memory by Rudolf Steiner, and he was telling the development of the sun and the development of the moon, and also just how, again, like going through these different stages of experience, because again it's just different stages of experience, like the story of the flower of life. Like, it starts off with one circle, and then that circle moves to another area and has another experience, like oh God, like source energy just by itself, and then it becomes aware of a certain radius around itself. Like, all right, I'm aware, you know. And again, and also being, though, first and foremost, that this aspect of source, like, again, going within, because source energy, by itself, nothing else, nobody, nothing to play with or talk to or ask, hey, what's going on, you know. Again, from the theory of that process, and I had this come to me on a DMT trip, and I also read literature that spoke to it before. Matter of fact, the book I read was a Chicken Noodle Kabbalah by Lon Milo Duquette. And Lon Milo Duquette is connected with the OTO and Aleister Crowley. But long story short, the what I was gonna say, the aspect, because it was talking about source energy being by itself, and like the only place to go is within myself. Like this, so I go within myself, and with that act within itself that creates, like, again, like that's the act of creation. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll be back. Break. Yo, yo. Don't forget, we're gonna do a bracelet giveaway as well. And also, that's another thing, man. Just give thanks, man. Being of value, what I'm saying, to myself and others. And I'm grateful that I'm able to, have inventory on a level where I could share my beautiful art with others. Yiddy. You did. But we were talking about right quick, finishing. I be checking myself on that. Now the vibe break. Is this past moment still relevant? Yes, it is. But again, like the little dot in this space, you know what I'm saying? Being within itself and surveying this area. And it's like, all right. Cause also, and it's my theory that, you know, the expansion of the flower of life is not source energy. You know, it's like expansion from going within itself first, or, you know, within and expanding through, going through these different aspects of self, you know. Because again, like the universe, like as a whole, is a, you know, a hologram. Any aspect of any part of this experience in a individual perspective, or where you from a unique perspective, and you're not like no thing and everything, you know, in the wholeness of that experience, you know. Because again, like if we existed fully on that level right now, we wouldn't even be able to be in bodysuits, you know, if that makes sense. But yeah, again, like it's like a going within and expanding from that aspect and seeing. That's why I was bringing up like the illusion, where even on a higher dimensional level or a different dimensional level, you know, it's still a part of illusion in some way, form, or fashion, you know. Uh, unless you get back to the state of being where it is just, you know, no separation at all. And again, like physically in that state of being, because again, what we're doing right now is achieving it on a conscious level, you know, like we're achieving it on a conscious level, but not on a level where like, all right, it's not like, all right, we have our week and we just boop, like, you know, bust into, you know, into a little bubble, even though I'm not going to get into that in that video. All right. I remember you telling me something about like being sent to the office for asking some question, like questioning the religion. Making it happen right now. But create, man, create coloring books, you know, artwork, jewelry, you know, businesses that never existed. But again, like, and I say, but again, in alignment with what's best for the future, you know, like what's something right now that I could tap into that's best for the future, you know. If I know we're gonna be more aware moving forward from here, if I know my vibration is gonna be raising from here, if I know, you know, like again, then what type of, you know, goods or services, you know, are value, you know, that could be provided in alignment with that future, you know. But and say for instance, even seeing myself now more and more, like even when I say something like that, it's really just connecting with understanding like emotional intelligence and connecting with feelings. And once we understand, like again, get to know like to follow our feelings. Our feelings is our inner guidance, and it's gonna guide us where we need to be without all that extra thinking. Cause that's the shit right there too. Is all that, like, shout out to Three Stacks. If you're thinking too much, you're removing what's moving. You know. And again, I'm grateful to be vulnerable enough to realize like ain't nothing wrong with me in the sense of like when I get up here and I share videos again, like it's me sharing my perspective. I'm not coming here to like teach. It's not no classroom or no teacher thing. As much as I might when I go to talking about things or explaining things, it may come off as that, definitely like again, like not unless I'm saying like, hey, this is a seminar for da da da. Because then I'm intentional and deliberate, bam, in this moment, I'm Professor Crystal Man, whatever, you know. But it's just surrendering and letting it flow. Because the more we transmute these traumas, necessarily remove, but transmute these traumas through facing them, through loving that aspect of ourselves, and not judging that aspect of ourselves, and not judging and having compassion doesn't mean we agree with that aspect of ourselves. I always would bring up like, you know, uh, because I say I have unconditional love for the KKK, it doesn't mean I agree with the way they do things or the way, you know what I'm saying? It's just understanding the self, like, I unconditionally love all of me because I understand why all of me exists, in all facets. And being able to, again, balance myself in the practicality of my existence in, in the multi-dimensional aspect or, connecting with the higher vibrational aspect of my existence. Let me see if this one will play. That's something that's been coming up too, though, and that's being grounded in this experience, bro. Matter of fact, shout out to the Virgin Illuminati Congo. I saw he just created some coins or whatever. But like again, tapping into the aspect that, it will be different forms of currency. And I also saw shout out to Brother Rich. Gotta give all the shout out. Shout out to Brother Rich in the Black Magic channel. He had recently had somebody on speaking about like, cryptocurrency, but like this queen that has created, has created like a cryptocurrency in a form of currency, uh and coming from somebody who's tapped into metaphysics and not trying to like, mess over anybody and things of this nature. So, definitely checking out that, hey, at 222 on January 20th. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, being grounded again, like making things tangible. I'm finding that balance in doing my videos and having to see like, all right, the whole reason why sometimes I don't feel like I need to be doing videos is because I haven't been doing the other things that I know I should be doing. But it's not my inner being saying, hey, I shouldn't be doing videos. It's just more so that energy of like, hey, make sure you're doing the true, sturdy things, the foundational things, and making sure again, like if the internet cuts off and, all these different things, and again, not, but we got to be aware of everything that, possibly, like we're doing this in the work, again, it's not necessarily about control, like, because some things pop up. It's like, oh shit, you know, it's like, At this point, only thing I can control is how I respond to it. You know what I'm saying? So how will I respond to this change? And adapting, but just again, like focusing on, you know, the sturdy aspects in this round, so that I could do what I came to do, and let my heart be as light as a feather, and then it be on to the next chapter. Ooh, shout out to Sunrunners. This Anybody got anything they dealing with, like with cryptocurrency or funds or anything? Because it's again podcast vibes. It has a moment where I want to really tap in, and phone calls that's being implemented for sure. I'm gonna create a little just do it through a WhatsApp application or whatever. And also realizing that I'm so grateful. Yeah, I'm so grateful, man, for being aware. Like awareness is abundance. Like to be able to be aware of myself, to be able to be emotional intelligence, to know what that is, and be able to apply things to help me with that. Like that's abundance. Like that's wealth. My soul being able to, know I have a soul and tap into it and feed it and nourish it. And while in this experience, had a balance of mind, body, and soul, like I'm give thanks. Give thanks. About to give thanks. We're giving thanks. We ain't pulling pranks. Giving thanks without pulling pranks. I'm top rank. I'm loving myself. I get wetter than the sink. And my emotions in my subconscious. Got the symbols in my dreams talking from the conscious. Well, unconscious symbols come to me like Contra. Shooting on the game. Hey. Freestyling is also like a little display of the subconscious, or what, you do have to be vulnerable to freestyle. You really do. Because again, we constantly telling a story of what we're dealing with, like our internal story is being told in every moment, every action, or lack thereof, And ain't no hiding it. Now, recently, I've been catching the vibe of like Bitcoin through Cash App. Cash App allows for you to just buy Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, like one Bitcoin is like $32,000 or something like that, but you could buy like shares of it. It's been on a decrease recently, and honestly, I've been feeling that vibe again. Like we're about to see like this next phase of things, like really shifting, and again, like working to our benefit. Like we're all being taken care of. Like, hence again, like tapping in and knowing the inner wealth. Like, cause now it's just the truth about to be seen that, you know, for those of us who haven't been tapping into the inner wealth, you know, it's gonna show, you know, and hence why a lot of us, you know, being in positions that deal with healing, because, you know, a lot of people are gonna want to heal, you know, some may not, you know, that's another thing too. Some may not want to heal, some people will, you know, being a walking, speaking beacon of that healing for those that are, you know, choosing to heal themselves. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I've been seeing the Bitcoin drop. Like, since I started it a little bit, it ain't dropped too low, but it dropped. And I'm thinking about how, like, as I saw that show with Brother Rich and the Queen talking about her starting her cryptocurrency, and she was even bringing up like cryptocurrency still, like, or not cryptocurrency in general, but the Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Is like, it still kind of has like a central little vibe to it, and it's something that necessarily doesn't allow that full range of freedom to the fullest. So again, like, so I created my own, and again, using the word "my" lightly in the sense of, because she was definitely adamant about like expressing where, again, it's not like, well, one person gonna be controlling it more than the other, or, you know, it's like it's gonna be an equal little vibe to it, you know. So again, bro, like, yeah. Yeah, I feel a shift in that area. So even seeing like with having like records and like, you know, old school Pokemon cards or baseball cards or certain toys and stuff that we may value, you know what I'm saying? Because again, a currency, you know, in essence, is an agreement, you know. And if I agree that your Pokemon cards is a valuable exchange for my Reiki healing I provided for you, then that's a, you know, that's what it is. Again, our mind creates the reality. Literally, what we're seeing is a shift of the mind being shifted is being seen externally. You know, like what we seeing out in the world is a expression of the collective internal. You know, because again, like, it's like, oh, this currency or this idea popping up, yeah, because we all having a bunch of, you know what I'm saying? We all tapping in, so it's happening. You know, for myself, like, I've been having my visions because I'm also want to. I'm going to start mining more. You know, I went on one non-technical mining trip in the mountains of San Bernardino. They had like some fuchsite, you know, that you ain't really had to dig for in essence. But it's definitely, again, like seeing the value in that, like in the crystals and the different metals and stuff like that. You know, an investment. Again, I'm only speaking on, you know, what, because that's another thing, bro. Not speaking on it if I ain't doing it, you know. But again, I've been feeling that vibe to pay attention to stuff in that area. Again, a full balance bodysuit, or full balance, you know, in general is like from the root to the crown, not just the crown, not just the root. Definitely. Yeah, now I'm more there against soul sovereignty. Realize again I'm sourced on a human experience. Nothing within this experience has a control over me unless I allow it to. You know, that goes down to everything, whether it be cannabis, drinking, eating, reading, meditating. Is you know uh, government politics. Like we realizing this is us making the decision to allow, or because me and my brethren was just laughing about that. About like I was telling them, I've been through both extremes. Like when I first started my growth, I went through that extreme of excluding the outside. Like if it wasn't in line with metaphysics and crystals and learning about that, like it wasn't allowed in my universe because that's where I was internally. Like if you know, like if you ain't knew who Bobby Hemmett was and like and being able to talk about all this different stuff, like it wasn't. And then again, I went too extreme about it, and so it had to have like a certain balance. One extreme to the other, finding my balance and equilibrium in the middle. Oh yeah, shit. Shout out to Abe Rashid. He be on that collective vibe too. Shout out to bruh. Give thanks. Yeah, that's a dope connection. Oh, and that's another thing we could talk about. Crystals in connection with healing certain traumas. Again, like we talked about earlier, shout out for Tony T for, bringing that up. Like crystals that deal with inner child, growth. Oh, dang. My parado, like, bro, I'm sitting here right here on your pink and you just forgot about me like that. But the peridot, yellowish green predator, and that's why no coincidence that again, peridot is the birthstone for Leo. Or they may also point it to August, like a month, but it's connected with that energy for a reason. For a reason. So let's see. To any and everybody in the chat room. And I give you the option of two. But either my meditate on that song, the song meditate on that I did by myself And also the video is on YouTube on this channel. And then the other video that I was featured on the track with my brother Jazz Bandito. But either the track I did with Jazz or the track, meditate on that. But if you can say the lyrics from the first lyrics I expressed on either one of those songs. So like how I start off my verse in the song with Jazz Bandito, or how I start off my verse in the song Meditate on That. But the first person to type that in gets themselves a beautiful Labradorite Lava Stone Super 7 bracelet, courtesy of Epic Lifestyles. Yeah. Yep, y'all. Yeah, lepidolite calms the nerves. Yeah, and rose quartz. That is a good combination. That is a very nerve calming combination. As a matter of fact, the lithium and lepidolite. Lithium is it works with the nervous system, and lithium is a high vibrational. Well, not say high, but it's it's like a number 3 or number 6 on the periodic table. So it's a very light, element. So it carries a light energy, and the crystals that it is in. Petalite also has a high lithium content as well. On the crystal playlist, I should have a video that talks about lepidolite or lepidolite, however you want to say it, but like the aspect of calming the nerves, because again, that could help you deal with these certain triggers and traumas. If I know I get emotionally triggered when it comes to sexual or sensual experiences, then I know I could be working with carnelian or orange crystals more. If I know I'm getting triggered by, things that have to deal with like security, and having a home and stuff, I know I'm dealing with a root chakra, connection. That's why like I stay heavy on my root. Like if I work with a high vibrational crystal, I'm gonna have some type of grounding crystal on me. Like I no longer work with just high vibrational crystals. No, like that is no longer a thing for me, unless like I'm tapping into meditation where I'm trying to, and I know I could go there without, like because I've been so grounded, I could tap in with those crystals by themselves in that meditation, but like again, grounding. I just also seeing something. Yeah. Nah, I keep it real. 2021, I'm no longer answering questions like that, but I'm acknowledging it so you could know better. I'm gonna introduce myself because some people haven't been introduced to me. And again, this is gonna be a loving message, but like a straightforward. Because as I deal with myself again, internally, externally, as I be straightforward with myself, I'm straightforward with those externally as well. But I can't tell you why you love lapis lazuli. I could talk about lapis lazuli, but I don't know why you like it. You know, I could say that, maybe you like it because, you're dealing with some healing in your throat chakra area or your solar plexus area. So our first eye or crown chakra, either crown, first eye, throat, or solar plexus, you know, lapis works strongly with. But you may have been attracted to it because of, you know. Hey, bro, John Williams, look. I just said in my mind, I was just about to say something about it. I'm like, hey, yeah, well, shout out to Jordan Williams. You get the fresh bracelet. And matter of fact, send me an email, or if you're on Instagram, if you follow me on Instagram, send me a message because I also want to get your get a proper size because I make them with stretchy car, but I do make them to contour or fit, uh, to your wrist size or whatever. So it could last you a long time. So, but yeah, yeah. See, and again, remember to if you're vibing with the music, like and share. Most definitely. My bad. I'm gonna type in mine. It'll be easier this way. It'll be easier. Yeah. That's funny you bring up those two because uh, those two energies I connect with, on a certain level with guidance. But let me tap into my human mode. Let's see. I would probably say something saying Bob. Yeah, I just go with Bob because something saying Bob. Because I could go with both of them. Because Tupac, bro, I know, like, because just from seeing his interviews and seeing, like, how intellectual I know he was behind the scenes. And I ain't say behind the scenes because he let it show in interviews and stuff like that. They just keep those interviews behind the scenes. But, like, I definitely would, like, chilling and because, again, it you saying sitting and smoking, but it's more so like in my mind when I think about smoking with somebody, we usually like building and running it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, who would I want to sit and build with? You know, and just like to like, cause they're like smoking. Like, who would you want to smoke with? As they're saying, who would I want to step into a zone where I could just talk and just like, you know, and run it without no guards up, you know what I'm saying? And just chop it up and vice versa, you know what I'm saying? But Bob, because Bob also was like way smarter, like, you know, just the Rastafari way of life is a smart way of life, you know, because it teaches you to, you know, love yourself, love and understand like your ancient upbringing. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, like know where you come from. Like you know, it values knowing your roots. It values self love, and it values standing up for yourself. So it's like I'm gonna love you, and I'm not a pushover. You know, and I live off the land organically. Like again, it promotes living organically. Uh, you know, no Babylon. You know, because again, I wouldn't say you have to remove yourself from the world. Because again, like or look at like a Bob Marley, because he was a pioneer in that sense. Like and think about how much of a you know again as that artist aspect of that left hand path, like that's stepping into the unknown. Because you know ain't too many rosters was willing to step into the mainstream of music. You know, and Bob did it. And when you look at his story, even though it caused turmoil with him and Bunny Well and Peter Tosh, you know, it's like that. Like I know this shit seemed like some sellout shit. But I know what I'm sent here to do. This is a part of it, you know. Because again, yeah, he had the mainstream vibes, you know, but again, like all necessary vibes, you know, music lyrics and energy that needed to be felt. And then also as he started to grow and, you know, get more expanded and see like, all right, you know, it ain't just uh, you know, the quote unquote American pop culture listening to me, but are, you know, quote unquote white Americans, but is the black American melanated people as well as, you know, listening to me and stuff like that. Cause he even said that he was like, bro, I'll go to my shows and it's like, you know, it's like crazy that I go to a place and it's like nobody that looks like me at my show, you know. But and again, Bob Marley himself is quote unquote mixed. And again, like seeing like that, it's a soul mission. You know, like that soul say, hey, all right, I'm gonna come down in a bodysuit that's half white, half black. You know, so I'm automatically like a little incast, outcast to both sides. You know, but again, like, cause they're like, you know what I'm saying, like yin and yang. Because again, no matter how much somebody want to argue it or see it as like, it's not trying to be nice unless you're trying to be inauthentically nice. You know, this is the essence of understanding, you know, energy, like and the paradox of it. Like again, that's why I said Rastafari lifestyle kind of honored the parody of yes, one love, but bring down Babylon, one love. I'ma burn them down with me herb in a hug. I'ma smoke my herb. I'ma burn my herb while everything burn down. I'ma chill, you know. Grow my organic fruit and vegetable. Keep healthy, you know. Exercise. You know, love myself, meditate. the Most High. Again, constantly, giving thanks to source energy, Again, whether a person does it externally or internally, that's them. Again, upon my growth, I understand that it is something that is, internal first and foremost, and extends into my external experience as well. But but again, it's like because it is that balance, right? The music, that's for the prophets, Michael Jackson, Freddie Gibbs, Freddie Gibbs, shout out to Freddie Gibbs. He had like a little cartoon, like he told a little story, but it was told like in cartoon form. It was about Michael Jackson going back to Gary, Indiana, because Freddie Gibbs from Gary, Indiana too. And it's like, bro, some of the most gangsters, cats, like oh shit, like you know what I'm saying, like some shit. Like, bro, that's that Christ energy, bro. Like that food, bro. Come down here showing us how to moonwalk on Earth, man. I'm saying, just again, because we're just a expression of source energy in a physical bodysuit. You know what I'm saying? And his life, our lives are a physical expression of, you know, of like that innovative, creative. You know what I'm saying? Like create. Moonwalk didn't exist until Michael Jackson did it on stage. Bob Marley didn't exist till Bob Marley existed. You know what I'm saying? Like these people had to constantly be in the state of stepping into the unknown. And while stepping into the unknown, having a balance with themselves of being grounded and having like a grounded area, place of balance, Because that's the thing with some artists where they like a Basquiat in essence, in the extent of like getting lost in your own darkness or in that chaos, so to speak, you know. Pause for the call. Yeah, the people who do that masterfully, have that, that balance, and even still, may deal with that chaos because again, that comes with it. Shout out to Kid Cudi. I realized when he was going through his little stuff, I could tell he was, dealing with that. I didn't know how to put no name on it or what, but I just knew, like, yep, like, but he gonna make it through it. He got it. That's all that matter. Phil Jackson, bro, place where that belt strap was swinging like Pootie Tang. Yeah, man. Right, Dirty Deep. You see, like just having this moment, like focusing and building about self and self improvement, self awareness, that's the inauguration. Yay! Real though. I ain't lying that. Take that foot. Real though. But real talk, it's like, tapping in, being present, talking about things that can inspire, heal us. All right, yep, I'll send you the I probably could send you the link to the playlist actually. So yeah, we'll do that. But that pretty much wraps it up. Oh, this is my shit right here. I'm definitely gotta sample some Steven Universe. It's a good way to end. Always save the day. We are the crystal gems. Hey. Bruh, we always say the day, bro. Just remember that. And as I say that, I'm talking to myself. Like, but sometimes we be needing that reminder. Like, bro, we always say the day, bro. Like, hey. Energy source inside, always saving the day, always gotta ride with my Merkaba, but inside of my heart, Taurus field, moving fast like a dart. I ain't always gotta speak metaphysics. I could talk about ratchet shit too, but I know what I came on this earth to do. The grow in and I grew. It's inevitable.
We're all sweet cookie cats.
Hey.
Always remember the time we spent together.
Always remember the time we spent together. Different carnations and different weathers. Light as a feather. That's how my heart is, so I don't stay tethered to that lower vibrational dimension. But not to mention, that is no such thing as honorable mention. Our first place, you up in the place. The space is the place. Just like Sun Ra, I do my thing and I let my sun shine. And you know that we always shine. Hey, we always shine. It's up in our heart. It's all in our mind. It's all by design. It's all by design. Hey. Right. Yeah.
For you.
Gotta redo that one too. Yep. I'm out, y'all. Peace, peace. What's up, Miss Daisy? I just sent you a message back on the jewelry aspect too. So yeah. Turn up. Being grateful for what we already have. Now is to vibrate. We got everything that's necessary in our now moment, And if we're in a rush to grow, that's literally saying I don't appreciate where I'm at right now. And in order to, change that, you have to appreciate and accept where you're at first. Because appreciating and accepting where you're at first doesn't mean that you're not working in your now moment to change it. If you do feel there's a more desirable outcome, but you gotta stay present, accept the now. Trust me. That's what it is. You already know now is to vibrate. Uh, Hit the like button if you're vibing with the videos. Also the little notification bell so you get notified whenever I do new videos. Let's see. Trying to see how it look when I look into the camera. I'm trying to look at myself. Anyway, hit the like button, notification bell, subscribe. Remember that I got different playlists. One that's pretty, you know, one of the best things for our growth is understanding our subconscious and how it works. So the subconscious programming playlist, definitely a great playlist to check out. And also, any and all donations is greatly appreciated. My donation links are underneath all of my videos. Uh, yeah, appreciate y'all. Much gratitude. And matter of fact, to my brother Jordan Williams, send me that email and we're gonna connect and I'm gonna get your size and your mailing address and we're gonna get that bracelet to you. Yeah. And again, man, nothing but abundance and prosperity and wealth, the inauguration of the inner self, you know. Stay blessed. Yeah. Yeah. Balance, equilibrium, wholeness, integrity, much love and integrity. But blessings. Till next time.